I'm ready. Boo, boo, boo. They say there's nothing new under the sun, but have they been to perfection? Perfection. Grab your friends and hold on. Grab your friends and hold on and run. Oh yeah, baby, here we go. It's talking Tremors time. You know what's up. Boom, 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 wow, 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 wow. I want to send out to the market, and if you don't, you don't, then you don't, then you won't. I want to shine on in the hearts of y'all. I want to meet you from the back of that Valid Earl truck. Another headache, another ass blaster quake. I'm so much older that I can take, and my affections, well, they go underground. I need directions to perfection. No, 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 no. Help me out. Yeah, you know you gotta help me out. Yeah, oh, don't you put me with that Bergama. You know you gotta help me out. Yeah. And when you know where else to run, come and hang with us in perfection. It's changing like a shrieker into an ass blaster. These cold-hearted things that you can see. Yeah, you know you gotta help us out. Yeah, you ought to put me on that Bergama. You know you gotta help us out. Yeah, you're gonna get pulled underground. Yeah, you're gonna get pulled underground. Yeah, you're gonna get pulled underground. I got guns, but I'm not a gummer. 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 Yeah! Time, truth, and hearts, yeah. Yeah, you know you gotta drive me out. Yeah, you don't you put me with that Bergama. You know you gotta drive me out. Yeah, you're gonna bring yourself down. Yeah, you're gonna get pulled underground. Yeah, don't you put me with that Bergama. Gonna get pulled underground. Yeah, you're gonna get pulled underground. Over he flies as blasters in the sky, while everyone's lost. Val and Earl win, fucking in the back of their truck like it's a sin. Ah. Oh yeah. With all those things that they've done, and graboids and shriekers and ass blaster huts. If you can't hold on, if you can't hold on, you'll get pulled underground. Doom 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 boom 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 boom. Hello and welcome everyone to the Talking Tremors podcast. I am your host, Levi Dylan Burzloff Lutt, and fuck yeah, God, that's a good fucking way to start a show, isn't it, people? I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I enjoyed doing it. There's only one person in the chat, so I think Charlie, which is way to go, Charlie, for like getting that ultimate super duper exclusive. Other people might watch it later and they'll be like, what did I miss? And I'll be like, this is why I start the show with a song. So that way, I mean, you can like lead in and shit, but also to like, oh, I missed out on that. What am I missing? And I'm like, ooh, yeah. So be like Charlie Box and go follow them on Twitter and listen to them talk about Tremors too. And ooh, excuse me. Ooh. I got burpees happening. And hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. Whew. So wow, that was good. That was, and you know what? I did that song for a karaoke last Saturday. So I wanted to like just do it again because it's such a good, good song. And I'll admit too that the perfection lyric in there, I didn't realize till I was practicing it, and I was like, oh, that's a great one for this. Fuck yeah. And I just love that song because you can't hold on. If you can't hold on, then hold on. And if you are on the YouTube or if you're on a podcast and listening on the podcast, I had to pull up the TikTok over here so I can get my regular form of hate, which fuels me. But if you're on the regular subscription channels, A, subscribe. Why are you listening to without subscribing? But B, tonight's episode is entitled "Perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place," and that is the theme that we're going to go here for. And you know what I want? If you've got a problem with me in the chat and you want to like come at me, I invite you to come at me, please and thank you, and let us have a discussion, and let me convince you that it's not. I'm gonna pull up. Sorry, Charlie, I got distracted. Valinor kiss. Yes, that's part of it, but there's far more that we'll get into here. And then not the Valinor, and because it's but let it be known that whole anger at the Valinor is why I feel this is an appropriate conversation to be had. Although I have this conversation a lot. There are several episodes of this show discussing what I don't consider politics, what I consider let's deal with some things in our world. And one of my first episodes on this fact was, is Tremors queer? Which was my very first live episode, let it be known. That was the very first show of this that I did live because of the butt plug. The butt plug conversation came up, and that was when the butt plug first showed up, the graboid butt plug. And I'd actually listened to the Horror Queers podcast, which had an incredible discussion about how Valinor might be gay, and then this concept of homosociality, which is not homosexual, but like homosociality. And I just thought it was so cool, and I wanted to talk about it and bring it in. So that's my first live episode, and then my other, like, what Tremors was woke, past tense, although Don Michael Paul certainly tries. Then one of my favorite episodes of the show, guns don't kill, graboids don't kill people, guns do, after the Uvalde police massacre, a whole discussion on Burt Gummer's role in American society. So this is not anything new. There's a whole episode called Tremors, Taboos, Transgenderism Through Tactical Tremors. I've been here. So if you're going to be mad at me and be like, this wasn't here the whole time, it's going to be like, this is like I'm trans. Look at these babies. How you doing? And also Earl's Ranch, repping Earl's Ranch. I might have to take off my undershirt because I'm very, very hot. I'm just like sweating over here. Wouldn't you like to know, TikTok person? And it's already started over here. And and I want to. I know that Stephen and Anthony aren't here right now, but I wanted to shout out Stephen, the Wild Card Todd, and Anthony Lafusi of the We Have Issues podcast for doing a really great segment on this show a couple weeks ago about some of these comments I'm getting over here, which is really. And where did I get the shirt? Fuck. It got posted in the Tremors Saga group somewhere. That's a great. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Fuck. Emo. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you. Fuck. Honestly, I think you can look up Earl's Ranch as a shirt and somebody will have it. Hold on. I'm going to keep talking, but I got to take off my shirt. It's so hot. Whew. I take off my one undershirt. I'm still here. I'm over here. Oh, wait, you can still see me. So I'm going to go over here and you still kind of see me. I'm just like, whew, just hot as all hell. Just damn, I'm just, whew. Excuse me. There we go. Much better. Whew. Hot damn. That's better. Ooh, that was what was killing me. It's very, you can strip tease too if you want to on the, you're a free American to do what you want to. So thank you, Thomas. But no, it's very, very hot up here and I can't run a fan or an air conditioner. So I will sweat. We've had this conversation before. And no, I'm not trying to huff paint with you, TikTok. And yeah, Thomas over here doing a strip tease, and I'll get you the link. The shirt is so fucking cool. This is cool. And this is from my second favorite Tremors movie, Tremors 2. Oh yeah, Earl's Ranch with the ostriches. But a whole huge, I didn't finish the thought, but we have issues episode from 2 weeks ago, episode 198. Stephen and Anthony. Oh, nice. Stephen and Anthony of the We Have It. Why am I repeating it? Sorry. Might be because it's hot. Really went to bat for me. Not that anybody else was fucking listening. In terms of like coming into this show, and then Stephen had never seen what it's like on the TikTok, and just like the incredible amount of bigotry that happens and throwing it my way. And I love Steven just being like, Levi's just having a good, and they're both actually, Steve and Anthony was like, Levi's just having a good time, having a party. And then there's this over here. And we're like, whoo, holy, whoo. And, I have a semi thick skin, or at least, as long as it's not my friends or people I know saying it, it doesn't bother me as much. It's, it's just random strangers. But I cried a little bit when I first heard it, because the way that they just defended that and shown me that we don't listen to things like that. Like that's not, we try to support people and be there for them, and perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. Like that's the point, is that we're talking about Tremors, and there might be some like things of society that come into that as part of the discussion, but otherwise just have a good time. So if you're here and you want to have a good time, thank you. And I think I saw there was another comment up here who I think is from Imgur, which I think is Laurel Chesty. Maybe I could be wrong. Chris T, the carpenter, gonna drive and jam on the way home. And I love there, I'm here. Do I just need to lay my jacket on the bed, or throws it on the floor? And then I was like, careful, that's where the graboids are. And funny. So yeah, I do kind of ignore them. However, there are some people that watch the channel from TikTok. So I like to bring all of the Tremor Saga's followers over to the YouTube channel, because there's like 15,000 followers over here on TikTok. And yeah, we're here to talk about Tremors and the important things of Tremors. And I really feel like as we near the end of Pride Month here, that this is a great time to talk about how progressive and queer and woke Tremors is as a series, even if it is inadvertently and accidentally, because of the creators being progressive themselves and trying to make a better world and doing that. And we're gonna have a interesting discussion on it. And if you want to tell me I'm wrong, God, please tell me I'm wrong. Don't be like transphobic, but just tell me I'm wrong. Like, how about that? Just come at me with that. And yes, Thomas over here, dude, it's like 100 degrees here in my town and super dry outside. It's very humid here. So I'm hot and humid. And Charlie, I'm always here for a good time when it involves Tremors. Yeah, so I'm super duper excited. I have done a lot recently. This is one I've learned this from the Quarantine Book Club podcast, which I will talk about later. But I feel like I should talk about my week. I've had this more and more where like, oh, when I'm listening to a podcast, I like to hear people talk about their weeks and what they did. And I finished up a bathroom remodel. I did all the tile in the bathroom, and I just finished up putting the glass doors in it. Just finished up the lead abatement project that went along with it. I took a lead abatement class, which is a really boring 8-hour class. It was a refresher class. I already took the 5-day class of 8 hours boring, which is, if you want to wonder if I'm smart or not, and if you think that I just like talk out of my bum hole. So this is my lead abatement refresher training. This is the book that I had to do for my lead abatement class. Fucking look at that thick motherfucker. And I'm considered a professional when it comes to that. So I know I can go into your home. I'm a lead abatement contractor, and I can take all the lead out of your home using lead safe practices. And they're nice and fun. And do I have my olives here? Oh, I forgot my feta cheese olives. I might need to go get those. I have special olives, super special olives, which, hold on one second. Hold on, everybody. This is super duper important. Everybody talk for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I have to go get my special olives. Time me. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I got my olives and I forgot pickles. Because everybody Rants and all was giving me extra grief last time. Because I didn't have my no, I did do, we'll call that an impression when I was doing my lead thing. So I have to eat one olive. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. You all are timing me when we do olives. Wow. I mean, that's fair because I don't drink or do drugs on screen. So I got my pickles and jalapenos. So for when I like read a whole page from someone's book, like His Rag and Company by Rance D. Denton, then you know what we're doing. Whew. We got everything. And then the feta, I don't know what we're gonna do with the feta olives, but that'll be like a super breaker, motherfucker. So yeah, anyway, whew. Everybody loves pickles. We all love the pickles. Pickles. We reached the olive part of the stream at 7:24 p.m. Clock it tonight. And I'm not tired because of running. I'm like, shit, it's so hot up here. So anyway, my week, I did the lead class, finished up the tiling job. If you want pictures of that, I'll send it to you because oh god, that scared the shit out of me. Whew, everything went black for a minute. And actually, I don't know when the Tremors comic books will be out. Neither TikTok person, neither Trump or Biden, neither. Although I'll take a shit sandwich between my house on fire for a minute. I thought I was gone too. Ooh, it scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I had another panic attack like that one stream where I pulled out a Nerf gun and then everything went to shit. Wow, sorry. Ooh, and I'm back. Hold on, I'm gonna drink a little Sprite. All right, finish that up. No, I don't know when the Tremors comics are going to be out, and I actually have a whole thing I want to talk about those later because I think they're so cool. Like I said, I have back here. I should pull it off the wall. Oops, I forgot I taped it up here very well. Hold on. When I got this print, I had Michael send this. Michael Haver of Michael's Comics, Games, and More, Akitas Comics, who is doing the Tremors, Grapple Tweakers, Ass Blasters, my comic. I'm super duper excited for. We're going to talk about what that comic is later, what's going on, because I think that's so fucking cool. I got 3 copies, and I'm going to see if I can't get that variant copy with a extra drawing on top of it. And Tremors 4 is the best one, Nick, over here on TikTok. Tremors 4 is the best Tremors movie. What else did I do with my week? I just went up with my nephews today. They had a party for a baseball game. Sean Trell has been in baseball. He's 8 years old, and he's been 9 years old, and he's been in baseball, doing really well. He actually got picked to be in the All-Star team. One of 3 kids. Sorry, one of 3 kids that got picked out of the whole team to be on the All-Star baseball game, and they're going to do that next Saturday. Or is it next Wednesday? I don't know what time it is. It's my birthday on Monday. So I almost did this as a stream on Sunday night leading into my birthday. But who gives a shit about my birthday? Let's see what else I did. I did other stuff too. Hold on. It's coming to me. Last week I got to interview Mike Malone, the set dresser for Tremors 1 and then partially for Tremors 2, which that guy, I got a whole segment where I want to talk about Mike because I think Mike was just one of the coolest interview guests that I've ever had. And he was my first real person, and not that I say like real, like everybody's been real. First person that was on the set of Tremors that I interviewed, and that was a fantastic time. And we're going to do a 2-part because him and Steven Soderbergh made a movie with like a dozen other people in Baton Rouge, 1996, 97, called Schizopolis. And man, he was describing the movie to me in the middle of the stream, and I was like, and how they made it and what they did, and it was like, oh my god, dude, we need to stop because I want to like watch this and come back and do this interview properly. And so we're gonna do a part 2 because we had so much fun. But Mike Malone, fantastic guy. What else did I do? I've been eating a lot of barbecue because there's a barbecue place where I've been working. I feel like I missed something. Come on, it's like this. I don't usually talk about my week, so this is new for me. Okay, people. Okay, this is weird for me to talk about myself so much. Oh, that's why I'm having a problem with it. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to talk about. Come on, Levi. There's got to be something else. I swear. I got a new lawnmower, and I finally mowed my lawn after like 2 months. But then the state guy mowed over all my flowers, like on the highway, when he shouldn't have. Fucking dickwad. I'm so pissed about that. Anyway, that's stupid. And we're moving on. We're going to talk about Tremors. Tremors is dope. Okay, so if you managed to go through that last 10 minutes of me talking about stupid shit, because I don't matter, all right? Sure, I'm here and I'm talking on the Tremors podcast. Yes. Oh, guys, hold on. This is I actually was sent this out to everybody. Don Michael Paul just texted me. Don Michael Paul, the director of Tremors 5, 6, and 7. Fantastic guy. Love it, Levi. Party hard. Miss you, Tremors. Loving people. Tremors for life. Oh my god, I fucking love that guy so much. God, I love that guy. Don Michael Paul. So Don, if you're here, Jet, if you're here, Don Michael Paul's kid, Jet might be on TikTok. I don't know. But we don't hate on Don Michael Paul anymore. Fucking Don. I got a cool email from Steve we'll talk about later. And there's Ben Pangea Star C. Oh, that's what it was. Oh my god. It was really, oh my god, thank you, Ben. Pan. I'm gonna call you Pan Ben, or Ben Pan. I don't know. Pan. Your name is Pan on the thing, although I always know you as Ben Sword. And I think you're just awesome. But I've been on 2 podcasts this week, actually. One was CM's Horror Emporium. I did that one on Tuesday. I figured, I know you like either is fine, but I have 4 names, so like I don't know which one to use. As on 2 podcasts this week. One was on Tuesday, was the CM's Horror Emporium with Carissa Miller and Michelle Kentucky. 2 fantastic girls. And that was a last minute, like they were asking for guests to talk about Tremors 1 and 2. and then some other things that we're going to talk about here. And I was like, hey, I like guesting. I do that. And then we like came on, and man, that was fun. Had a good 2.5 hours talking with those two. And then just today, at 4 o'clock, it's 8 o'clock now. I talked for 2 hours with Ian Ayuse of Fermented Cinema, longtime friend and fan and show. Friend and fan of the show, Ian, who does Fermented Cinema, who does a live stream every week, and he started his live streams with Tremors, and then we just did Tremors 2, talked about Tremors 2, and he wanted me on because we both have very different opinions about Tremors 2. And that's actually how I found Ian, was he did a review for Tremors 2, not like shitting on it, but giving critique of it in a very fun, like comedic way. And he does great like comedy videos with his reviews. They're not just like talking head reviews, like he makes comedy out of it, and I love him. So I did that. I talked with him for 2 hours, and yes, Pan is right that that CM Horror Emporium show was fucking awesome. Those girls were great. I loved hanging out with them. And in both cases, I'm gonna like in both cases, we talked way longer than they normally do, because as I try to warn everybody, if I'm gonna be on your show, we're gonna talk way longer than you normally do, because I can tell you I can talk to you all day about Tremors, and I can over talk about Tremors, but then B, I can get you like talking and making and then we're all conversing and like jumping back and forth, and I love it so much. So if you want me to be on your show to make your show go way too long, reach out to Levi Dylan Burzloff Flut at just anywhere, or a Megan Smiles if you want to find me on the handles. And yeah, I'll be there. Sorry, something glitched over here and made me panic in my brain. I'm fine. And yeah, Charlie, I love some of your, I wish I could be in that Discord sometimes that you're like talking about that stuff in, because you like go off, and I love that so much. And let me just check around here. And Molly sold the rest of the Climbing Kites. And so, I hope Ken's here. If Ken Sledgehammer Horror here, God, I love that guy. Talk about a great channel. I just want them to like have more and do the best. So yeah, that's my life, and I'm sticking to it. And so yes, we're 27 minutes in, and guys, there's no sign to stop it. I haven't even hit the first point of my points to go through. Which my first point is that if fans want Val and Earl to be a couple, fucking let them be a goddamn couple. Okay? It does not ruin the rest of the movie. It doesn't have, in fact, it has zero effect on your enjoyment of a movie if other people want to ship characters. I will say it a million times. This is my favorite piece of Tremors merch. After, well, no, I don't know. It's a tie between this one and then all the fan signatures from Tremors Fest. But this, I love this. Let people live their lives and make stuff. And you know what? And yes, and so Charlie said, I'm just saying Rhonda and Kate should kiss. Fuck yes. If Alicia was here, Alicia will be here and listening later. Man, Alicia makes some great fictions about that stuff. And then Pan, it's only traditional transformative. It's only traditional transformative fandom. This is nothing new. In fact, it's not. And I've been learning a lot lately. It's hard. I need to put this down. I shouldn't just hold this all the time. But if you should commission artwork from Pangea Starseed, Ben Sword, wherever you can find them. They make great Tremors art, and I need to finish up my commission. I have one in the pipeline for old Ben, because this is my favorite thing. It's Val and Earl. And, you know, there's guts, and I bet there's guts and suts for, you know what I'm saying, man? Like, look at that. That's so cool. But, like, this wouldn't happen if a fan didn't say, hey, I want to make a Tremors porn comic. It wouldn't exist without that. So just, like, let it fucking happen, people. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's fabulous. And, ooh, place. I had a point there, and I was going to keep going. But the Rhonda and Kate should kiss. I think that's fantastic. I want all the it's what I was learning. That's what it was. Sorry. Usually, like, a podcast has like another person here to remember what the other person's saying, so then they can put them on track. So I need like 8 different people in my brain, like, keeping things on track all the time. Ooh, and then Pan over here. Yeah, we need to sit down and chat about fandom history sometime. That's one of my put a quarter in me special interests. So there's a thing I've been learning. This has been really interesting, and I kind of already knew this, but to like really sit down and learn it. Recently on Facebook, there has popped up a Tremors page called Comrade Earl's Graboid Hunting Service. And the description is Tremors memes with a leftist theme. And fuck if I don't love that concept. Like, I'm a very neutral, not like I have my own leanings. My neutrality is that, like, hey, all Tremors fans are Tremors fans. That's my 100% line in the sand. Everybody's accepted. I was talking about that with Ian on the Fermented Cinema today, that it's like, hey, everybody's cool as long as you're not being an asshole. As long as you're not being violent and threatening, I'm cool. Do whatever you want. On the flip end, then my own personal beliefs just being like, oh my God, now there's this Tremors memes with a leftist theme page. And I'm just like, this is cool. This is great. And within a week, they already have 1,000 followers. So if you're on Facebook, go check it out. Comrade Earl's Graboid Hunting Service. And I watched the process of it happen, because what it was that there was a couple of larger pages that came into the Tremor Saga group that were leftist, liberal. I really hate these terms. So, like, if they like stick in my mouth, it's because I don't like them. Progressive, how about that? And there's small emo comrade GF, and then girl dick memes with a very good bean came in, and we're like, hey, let's okay, apparently the Tremor Saga group is a really LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. Let's like make it that. Let's do that. This sounds awesome. Let's get into that. And started sharing stuff and making memes and getting into it. And then I saw that like one of their friends was like, hey, should we make like a Tremors post, like a Tremors page? And yeah, sure, why not? And then boom, next day made it, took off, and it's doing fantastic. And I think it speaks to what people want in the world, that it took a week to get 1,000 people to follow them. Like, that's it. Like, boom. It's like, hey, we want that. Like, and it's not, and I don't think that, being liberal, being leftist, being Democrat, whatever that is about being mean. It's about like, no, I would like to live in peace and fucking without you fucking with me and like ruining my life. So if you don't want that, then that means war. Like, that's, I get that. And I learned from these pages, specifically the girl dick memes with a very good bean page, that Spock/Kirk fandom and Spock/Kirk shipping is actually what kept Star Trek alive in the 60s. That it was women writing that and wanting to see Spock and Kirk doing stuff together that helped transform that fandom, helped transform that series away from, although, Star Trek is fairly progressive, to more of a, hey, let's be more progressive kind of a thing. But that shipping of Spock/Kirk, and apparently that's where the term slash fiction came from, was Spock/Kirk. And then now we know that as shipping today, to the point where there's people in the Tremor Saga group that are like, why are you talking about queer boats? Why are you talking about gay boats? Like, aren't like boats have a gender, or boats have a sexuality? It's like, oh no, relationshiping. Which I find so fucking funny. And it's one of those like, oh, I didn't even know what that means. And I only know what shipping is because of years ago, Community and Dan Harmon in the commentaries talking about how people were always shipping. And there's the shipping videos of Annie and Jeff. And they even use those videos and inspiration to like create one of the episodes and create something inside of the episode, was the shipping of those two and the videos. And as Pan says, before it was slash Kirk slash before it was slash Kirk slash Spock was called the premise amongst fans at the time. Ooh, I'm apparently putting a quarter in old Pan here. Fuck yeah, I love that. And again, at all times, I will please interact with me, and I can like tell me I'm wrong, give me more information, so I can bring it up for anybody listening that's on a podcast or anything like that at all. I love teaching people. And just this concept that, hey, like, you need to transform the fandom to be a better place, otherwise it's not going to be. And I think that's what I think is the importance of the Val and Earl thing. Although I'm of the mind that, like, can we just start like shipping everybody? Hi, Skip. Like who cares? Like, it's not like, let's ship everybody. Like, it's all everybody but Melvin. I saw that meme that someone made of does anyone want to ship me with someone, and it's Melvin, and it's just like, no, thank you, I love my hair too. You know, you say that and then I gotta brush it. Like, I just gotta I'm all sweaty up here from Ian's podcast. I've been up here like 4 hours now. It's just my hair. I need to be beautiful or people will hate me. This is my compulsion thing. And so you'll see me flipping my hair and such. And thank you. It's I hate compliments, but I appreciate yours. Thank you so much, Skip. Just so you know, person here on TikTok, I'm talking to people mainly over on YouTube Live. So if you want to check out the real place and the real comments, go to the Tremors Saga on YouTube. They host this, and that's where this show is mainly presented. And there's a live happening right now called Perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. Always welcome. And I think that the Tremors fandom needs to needs to survive, and for it to survive, it has to evolve, much like a graboid into a shrieker, and then a shrieker into an assblaster, and then an assblaster lays an egg, and moving on. That it has been a long time of Burt Gummer centric media in terms of Tremors. And I'm saying that I fucking love Michael Gross. Michael Gross is one of the best people on the planet. And Pangea said it, transformative. That we need to shift this focus here away from, it's not the Burt Gummer show, because it has created a pocket of the community, of the fandom, that is incredibly toxic. Like, people like to call out that these Val and Earl shippers are toxic and you're shoving your gender and your sexuality down my throat. And it's like, holy shit, like, me existing, like literally just me existing, shouldn't be shoving anything down your throat. It should simply be me existing and choosing. Like I said earlier, it doesn't change how the movies are for you. It doesn't do anything. I don't have a time machine or a magical other kind of machine that's going and getting your DVD or VHS or downloaded copy or 4K copy, and I'm literally changing the physical media so then Val and Earl are making out with each other in the movie. It's still whatever fucking Tremors movie you want it to be. Nothing. It does nothing but make other people happy. So why are you getting so angry at it? And this Burt Gummer thing is the crux of it. And damn, God, some good Charlie here with Tremors, but make it yassified. I like that. And then Pan, me growing up in a heteronormative saturated society didn't stop me from being queer. No, it doesn't. And that was why I was on the show with CM Horror Emporiums. Was Carissa Miller has been in the Tremor Saga group for a while now, and she's been having a laugh at like all of this, and she wanted to. They were going to talk about Tremors anyway, but then she's like, I really want to talk about this Val and Earl thing and all these memes and everything that's happening, because we need to create a world that's safer for people to feel comfortable in and not come after them. Because to do that, it alienates everybody. And that's where I say that, like, let's ease up on the Burt Gummer thing, because I know Michael, and I know Michael would be like, hey, no, I want everyone to be in this. This is a place for everybody. And Carissa was specifically talking about trying to make a better place for her daughter, because her daughter she's only 12, but had like said, oh, mommy, I like girls. And she's like, okay, sure, whatever. You'll probably change your mind or whatever, but maybe you won't. But I want you to know that you're still safe to do this. And then Kentucky was talking about that too, where it's like, if you don't feel safe, then you do things to yourself and you harm yourself and you hurt yourself. And like, unless you feel safe in an environment, then you can't express yourself. And that's actually what I have loved, and I mean loved, about all of the Val Earlness and whatever going on there, is that it has made people in the Tremors fandom more comfortable to express themselves. There was that great piece by Eric Norem that they wrote it in the group about viewing things through a different critical lens, and like you can view it as a straight lens, you can view it as a queer lens, you can view it as you can view it as a capitalistic lens, you can view it as any lens, but that's the point of media. And like that, how about we just like, you take that view and that lens and whatever you want to apply to it, that's your application. And I thought it was a great thing. But then one of the moderators of the group, Alex Dumitru, Dumitru, I need to figure out how to say their name right, came in and was like, this means the world, because this is what we have been trying to do for the last year with this group, and like make this a place for everybody to feel safe to say stuff like this. And it's just like, yes, this is important, because there has been, and I've seen it on Tumblr, I've seen it on other places where they're like, oh no, I don't want to interact with the Tremors fandom because as I know them, they're incredibly right wing and crazy, and like they're overly Burt Gummer and they're doing this too much. And like, I have my own, I am LGBTQIAssblaster plus, and they like, they come down on me, and I'm afraid of doing that. And Charlie right here, Charlie is making my point. I mentioned Grady and Earl's romantic tension in the second movie, and I felt awkward at first, but then felt more comfortable after some time. I think I said it in the Discord server, but I don't know. And you know what, Charlie, if you're in the Facebook group, you should say it in the Facebook group. Put it out there. Although, again, just like Val and Earl, that's not something I saw. However, why not? Why the fuck not? There's another great meme about like it's Val and Earl and Grady on the truck, and hey, everyone thinks you and Val are the power couple, but we both know it's you and me. And it's just like, that's a fucking, yeah, why the fuck not? who the fuck care? Like, why? And then I always love memes for like the subtle like face things. Like you're just taking things and mashing them up. But then that bottom one of Earl, just maybe you're right. Maybe I do love you. I don't know. You are kind of hot. Shit. Oopsie. That was definitely an impression. That counts as one. Second olive. Clock it. Oh man, I can't get my fingers in here, guys. Ugh. I'm gonna eat two because I've been missing my olive. And then Charlie says, speaking with my chest when I say Grady was I and Earl the entire movie. You know what? And in a way, let's look at it like this. That maybe that's what a good fandom is that like you're really into somebody, and maybe Grady is eyeing Earl the whole time. And like, and I think that's one of those things that like, what is sexy, what is friendship, of just like, there's those little lines that get crossed. However, you don't know that until that final moment of crossing. Otherwise, it's just really good friendship. Or, like, this is a great Earl. Yeah. And Pan is right. Earl's a handsome motherfucker. Like, I agree. We're going to talk about Fred Ward's hands later. If you know what I mean. And I think about Doctor Who fandom. I love Doctor Who. Doctor Who is one of my favorite. As much as I love Tremors, Doctor Who is my favorite media of all time. And then Fast and the Furious. Just these things. But, when you have like, it's always talked about fangirling, and all of those fangirlings over David Tennant when that was happening, and that created all these fangirls. That's where I always think of the word for fangirling, like in my mind. And it's like, that's not just because they want to be his friend and they want to hop in the TARDIS and go, like, they're fangirling out, just like the Beatles fangirling out. And it's like, and fainting and things happening in their downstairs area. I'm trying not to get banned from TikTok, so I don't want to say too much. And like, maybe that's what fangirling is all about. And plus, it's just fun to think of attraction being fluid with your favorite characters. And I agree. And actually, one of the things that clued me into this before the Val and Earl thing is on Tumblr. There's a great blog called Perfection, Where the Wild Worms Run. That is just a fucking Tremors blog. And they, a long time ago, back in like 2015, were talking about Tyler Reed from Tremors the series being a pansexual icon. And where it's just like, no, that dude just goes and fucks. And just like, and it was like, whoa, I fucking love Tremors the series. And I never thought about it, but he does. Because there's a bit where, like, he's actually calling, like, there's a cold open to one of the episodes where he's calling someone and you assume it's a girl. But he's like, oh yeah, you like that? Yeah, I get a lot of good feedback on that. And it's just like, wait, how do we know it's a girl though? We don't actually know that. Maybe that's our assumption, but maybe that's a dude. And they, maybe they like playing graboids with each other. And maybe Tyler does a lot of great tentacle stuff. I don't know, but I'm gonna think about it now. And that's what I think is great about that stuff, is that it's like, hey, if you want to and you're into it, you can ingest it and be like, oh, cool. So now when I watch that, there's another layer to it. Or you don't want it and you're like, no, that's not what happened. And then you just keep rolling on. 1 second here. I just need to poop. Playing graboids, because we all know. Like, guys, and that's the thing about Val and Earl. They are two cowboys out in the middle of the desert, sleeping together, making bologna and beans, and they're doing this all the time. And then they're saying a lot of stuff about, like, I found the ass end and stampede up your ass, and like and then there's giant underground penis worms, and they are penis worms, because that was accidentally one of the original designs from Alec Gillis and Tom Woodruff Jr. was it had a foreskin on it. And it's like, this isn't like, Pan has one of the best fucking Tumblr posts that I've seen of them literally living out of each other's pockets. And there's this great exchange it's not just the lighter. It's not, oh my God. I got to pull it up. They are living out of each other's pockets, the lighter, the cigarettes, the truck keys. And it's not just the light. It's money too. There's one of my favorite ones that Pan pointed out was that when they go back to Chang's after they find old Fred's head, like they find Fred's head severed, and they want to use the phone, and Val's like searching in his pockets for change, but then B, Earl is like, I need a candy bar, and he gives him Val gives Earl the change out of his pocket for a fucking candy bar. And then fucking eats candy. It wasn't until Pan pointed out, and this is why I love all of you guys. And people like call me one of the greatest Tremors fans. I'm not, because we all need to like work together on here. I didn't notice that till Pan pointed it out. And Pan wouldn't have pointed it out and been looking at it if Pan hadn't been deciding to make a Tremors porn comic with these two like doing stuff together. And it's just like, if Pan didn't feel comfortable inside of the fandom to like do that, then none of this would have happened in the first place. And I wouldn't have learned this really great character moment of just like, no, it is the lighter, it's the keys, it's the, what was the other one? Hold on. The cigarettes, like, and then the change. Like I said, it is so fucking good. And Edwin's here, and they are so an old married couple. And you know what, Edwin? It's hilarious because Caitlin's downstairs watching It's Always Sunny. I keep hearing the theme go off. And then, yeah. What's up, Eddie? Eddie boy! I still got to read your script. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm almost to the point where I just might pay Anthony to read it. Oh, and I have something cool from Anthony later. I kind of want to do it when he's not here, but Anthony wrote a song about Tremors. I really want to play it. But the change, and Edwin. So since you're here, and hey, there's supposed to be 7 people in the chat right now. Everybody chime in about this fucking like the change and the lighter and the cigarettes and the keys and the pockets. But like he literally like Val's looking for money for the phone, gets it in the phone, and Earl's like, I need a candy bar, and then fucking pops the money in his hand, Earl's hand, for the fucking candy bar. It's it is such good character moments. And I was telling Pappy this, I was telling my dad this on the way home, and I told Caitlin it too, that like I would love to ask, and I would have loved to have asked Fred, and I would love to ask Kevin, and I will ask Kevin at some time, that like, so hey, Kevin, you're coming back for a Tremors sequel. You're gonna make another Tremors, which they are. Coming back for another Tremors sequel. How would you feel about playing that little bit of like homoeroticism into the character? And I can tell you right now, as an actor, as a director, as a writer, as a person that does that kind of thing, that's one of those like, whoa, hey, that would be cool to like add to the character. And not just like I'm going to start making out with every guy kind of a thing, but whoa, that's an interesting layer to that person. It gives me more to play with as an actor, as a director, as a writer. And I know Fred, I imagine Fred would be like, yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, okay, guys, that's, you know what? This deserves the big feta cheese olive, and I'm going to do it. Yeah, you know what? I think I'd like that. I think I'd be into, adding a little bit of the gay to Earl. I can see that. Me and Chris always had a good time on set. That's too gruff. Yeah, I just gotta there's a thing happening here, and fuck, I'm not getting it. I've lost. But then, Val and Kevin, hey, man, like, I'm just into it. Like, sure, I think that would be a really interesting way to play the character. I think that would be a great time. I'd love to do that, have a lot of fun, just really get into it. And yeah, you know what? I think I could play Val a little more gay on that. And like as an actor, writer, director is, thank you, Skip. Skip says my energy is, mwah. I appreciate that. Yep. Oh, I forgot there's cheese in that one. Woo. Pop it like. Skip, I've been doing this for almost 60 episodes now. Plenty of guest appearances. I've been to Tremors Fest. I've talked to all the Tremors people. I know all the Tremors people. And I've been doing theater for 20 years, drum corps for another 5, 6, I don't know. I just love talking about Tremors and giving my world. And yes, Skip, this is Tremors, the movie, the other movies, and the TV show. In fact, Skip, there's there's a TV show, and there's the Attack Pack, and then there's 3 other movies, but we don't like to talk about those too much. There's so much to Tremors. And then there's the Tremors movies I made, which are awesome, which I gotta tell you how much Steve liked the movie. Steve emailed me back about the Tremors Hunting Ground movie and said he really liked it. And I gotta tell you all about it. But then, sorry, we're talking about the pockets and God, living out of the pockets is so good. And like I said, Skip, if you want your comments to live forever on the podcast and have a lot more fun with people, go over to YouTube at the Tremor Saga. That's for everybody. If you're listening in podcast land, I would say if you're listening in YouTube land, but obviously you're here, go over to the Tremor Saga channel at YouTube. They host this show. I'm so grateful for them. And oh man, Thomas, I don't want to. I'll talk about that. I don't want to talk about it yet, Thomas. God, Thomas, I was all excited. But yeah, go check out the Tremor Saga on YouTube. Your comments will live forever. Go, everybody that's listening, go and share this. Get everybody in here. Join us. But I got Pan over here. Andy Robinson playing Garak is omnisexual and deciding to play Garak is wanting to fuck Bashir in their first scene together. I'm assuming this is a Star Trek reference. I do not know for sure. But that's exactly it. You didn't miss anything, Charlie. I don't look. I only like to talk about sad things if they're literally related to my life. I don't like to talk about the sad things that are related to Tremors. And there's some just Deep Space Nine. You know, I've only ever seen one episode of Deep Space Nine, and it's the one where they're not back in time, but they're at the 1920s newspaper, and Skip is here. Fuck yeah! Oh my God, Skip, you are gonna love it here. Everybody say hi to Skip. Skippity dip dip. Oh man, they are gonna love it here. And you're not raining on my parade, man. It's I would just. There's reasons. Let me just say that, Thomas. Like I'll even pull it up. And Thomas asked, "Do you know why Michael hasn't posted about the new date change for Tremors Fest and why basically Glenn did it low key?" I do know why, and it's. I'll just say that it's clicky. How about that? And you all know me. I don't believe in the popular kids club. I think everybody's important, and it just fucking is kind of what made me want to do this episode particularly, because perfection is an LGBTQI ass blaster plus friendly place. And welcome to the party, Skip. Hey, if you're on TikTok or anywhere else, come join us on YouTube Live. As Anthony and Steven of the We Have Issues podcast said, this is a party. We are just having fun. It is Saturday night. Chris T. Carpenter is back and made it home. And thank you. If you don't know, I usually start every episode of the live show with a rendition of a song that I just fucking feel like singing. And tonight's rendition of a song was All These Things in Perfection, which is All These Things That I've Done by the Killers, with a little twist. And you know what? God, it was fun. I always got to speak to my soul, and that one was speaking to my soul. And that was after I haven't done karaoke like ever before, and I did karaoke. Oh, that was the other thing. I did burlesque a couple weekends ago. That's what the thing was that I was trying to. And I saw Tarzan the musical. That's what they were. Son of a bitch. I fucking knew it. Like I said, there's nobody here. You guys are my here. And I can't. There's only so much I can tell you. Or I can tell you everything, but I don't know how long you want to stay and listen to me. Blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I did karaoke, and I did Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, All These Things That I've Done, and Fuck Her Gently at the karaoke. And I just felt like doing all these things that I've done. It was good. So if you want to listen, I recommend everyone go back for 5 minutes and listen, and then jump forward. And if you missed anything, let me know, and I'll catch you up. But we were talking about transformative fandom. What it is I need to go back to see where everybody was. Yeah, Star Trek. I have this horrible. Hell yeah. I can't believe I know. Oh, living out of the pockets. And yeah, it was the idea that, yeah, if you asked those actors if they wanted to play those characters more queer, I know they would jump at it, because I would. I feel like any actor would. Like, if you're comfortable in who you are, then pretending and messing around won't do anything. And that's what I really want to I want to segue out of this discussion here slowly, but we'll keep coming back to it. Is that other people existing doesn't change your life. And if it does, then you actually need to ask some questions about yourself. Like, that's 100%. Like, that is, because that was the party. That was the thing I was talking about. Because that was what I love. Like, Steven and Anthony, and if you don't know of the We Have Issues podcast, they make comics. This is Deathless, and I got issue 2 over here. I don't have Play It Again because I loved Play It Again so much that I sent it to Bill Watterson of Dave Made a Maze, who sent me back a signed copy of Dave Made a Maze with a little graboid, because he was originally going to do the 8th Tremors movie before Universal 1440 shut down. And I literally know everything there is to know about Tremors, except for the fact that Val and Dora were living in each other's pockets. So please go check out We Have Issues. I love those guys. Have a good night, Charlie. Come back and watch the show. And I must say, if you're listening now, always come back and comment on stuff when you're doing it. Like if you're listening to the show and checking it out. To that point, I have seen 2 of Thomas's comments, and I'm gonna do them right now. That I haven't talked to Michael and Kevin because I haven't talked to Kevin. I have talked to Michael. Still waiting to hear back about doing the video of Michael and Kevin doing a phone call talking about Earl dying, which I think would be awesome. Hasn't happened yet. And then have I tried olives on a hot dog? Yes, I fucking have, and it's delicious. People, olives on a hot dog is a fucking game changer. Like, man, that saltiness is so damn good. Like, God damn, I can't tell you. It's awesome. But I'm working on that other thing with Michael and Kevin. I've been working so hard at regular work that I need to focus on a little more Tremor stuff here. And I'm working on getting the pilot. I have talked to the producers. I just got to like push that button a little more. And my goal now is to get Kevin. I want to talk to Kevin because I know Kevin's a great guy. I bet Kevin would come on the show sometime. So, like I said, Anthony and Steven, this is a party. This is for you guys. I love you so much. We accept everybody here. If you don't, then other people won't feel like they can say anything. And I've seen that. I've seen people come out of the woodwork and be like, oh, I can actually express myself in the Tremors fandom now. This is awesome. This is great. It's like, fuck yeah. I appreciate Heather Holloway is one that I see in the group and talked about, and I shared stuff in the group about just being like, oh, wow. So this is like a cool place. Like where like I'm not going to get bashed all the time or if I do get bashed, other people are going to come in and defend me. It's like, fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yeah, baby. And I think that's your identity and who you are. These are not things that you're shoving down anyone's throat. They are simply existing. Like, look at these babies. Look, am I shoving these down your throat? I mean, I am right now because I'm like, yes, I'm very sexy up top. I get it. I draw people to the channel because they're like, whoa, who's that person? What's going on? And I'm just like, I'm just me over here. How goes it? Hole or a pole? Did you snip it? Just more transphobic stuff, which stopped over here, but it just, I was remembering it. But it's just like, no, these things like existing doesn't hurt you. It's not going to blow up your world. To the point where I think there's what I think is one of the strength. Oh my God, everybody, I appreciate. Sorry. I appreciate you all so much. Just keep I can't put the screen down anymore. That's all you get. Sex sells. Okay, folks, like I got to do everything I can to get people watching my podcast. I'm just doing what I can with what I got. And yeah, homophobes think more about gay sex than the gays do. And it's really true. Like there, and that's what I come back to every time with the Tremor Saga Facebook group. Oh my God. And you know what? Okay, Tom. You know what? I love you guys. You're so distracting. Wild Wild West, Will Smith, bopping on those things, communicating. You want to know what's funny? Is that Wild Wild West was written by our very own. Hold on. Come on. I can do it. Steve S.S. Wilson and Brent Maddock of Tremors. That's right, folks. Wild Wild West, the movie where Will Smith be tapping on these boobies, communicating like, hey, yeah, no, she's good. I like that. I'm into that. Was written by your very own Steve S.S. Wilson and Brent Maddock. Although they have definitely, in recent years, been like, nope, they definitely did not use our script, and that was not all of us. So don't put that blame on us, bro. Although everybody likes to think that Kevin Smith and John Peters wanted the giant mechanical spider. It was not. Guess what? It was Steve S.S. Wilson that was like, so, hey, we had a giant mechanical spider in an earlier script. You want to use that? And it's like, yeah, booyah. And now Kevin Smith tells that story like it's fucking John Peters that wanted to do it. And it's not. It was Steve. Steve is the reason for all of the greatest ideas in Hollywood. I love you, Steve. Hold on 1 second here. And we're back. one of the things I love. Oh, hold on, goddamn! I have a new charger cord and it's being fuzzy on me, and I gotta be nice, otherwise I'll lose this over here. One of the things I love about the current discourse on the Val and Earl thing, and then the Tremor Saga group in general, is that it's not political. All right, people like to do that whole like, oh, it's the wokes. The wokes are coming for us. Excuse me, I gotta adjust this. The wokes are coming for us, and they're shoving the agenda down our throats, and it's the message, as the critical drinker likes to say. I really disdain that guy because it's not a good reviewer. The message, and it's like, but you know what? Look, this fandom, this shipping, that's fucking funny. That's not doing anything. I love that the group is completely apolitical, and I mean that. Like, that is like one of those like, hey, who I always laugh at the Burt Gummer would vote for Trump. If you think fucking Burt Gummer would vote for anybody, then you were not paying attention to the character like at all. If you think Burt, and I don't mean that like, oh, Burt Gummer's voting for Biden either. If you think Burt Gummer is voting for anybody, you are so incredibly lost up your own ass. And I would ask that you shit your opinion out and come join the rest of us in reality. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, Edwin finally understands critical drinker. He literally, you're one of the good ones, but for lesbians. Jesus Christ. That's nasty. Oh, hey, Chris. Chris was in the live stream chat for Fermented Cinema, Ian Ayusa's channel today. Chris has been great. And I got to say, while Chris is here, Chris came up with a great... So if we use the graboid ass blaster nomenclature for what we're doing, then animals in our world would be called bark slobbers and purr scratchers. Bark slobbers and purr scratchers. And I just fucking love that. And I thought it was hilarious. And I gotta shout out my boy Chris over there. And I got to get you and Colin on the show sometime. I'm still... This July, come pin me. Anybody want to be on the show? I got free time. It's my birthday month. July 1st is my birthday, and I'm not doing shit afterwards. So let's party. Let's do the Tremors thing and talk about the Tremors. See how I just I framed my hair so you can see the Earl's Ranch and the other things. Booyah. Bark slobbers, and purr scratchers. God, that was good. But like, I love the Tremor Saga group for not straying like, oh yeah, like let's like throw votes in and Biden over Trump and this, because it's just like, that is politics. I don't think that talking about LGBTQIAssblaster plus issues, I gotta keep doing it because it's the title of the show, LGBTQIAssblaster plus issues is part of politics. I think that's part of society. That's part of our reality. That's part of us being better people and living in that world. And I don't know where I got the shirt. Everybody asked me that earlier. Oh, I got the... Wait. Fuck. Damn it. Do I have a receipt? No receipt. I'll figure it out, guys. I'll send you a link. Oh, yeah, and you know, okay. Chris, oh my God, Chris. No, that's the bag that I opened this up in. I just opened it today. Chris had at Levi, you had a great question on Facebook, a quote from Tremors that would also be something you would say to your partner in bed. And so this is what I get, like, okay, I don't believe that any of your hate is... Oh, I think I have to verify. I do. I don't believe that any of your hate about LGBTQIAssblaster plus issues, and then you saying you're shoving your gender and your sexuality down my throat, is any kind of, like, a real argument, because these same people then go to things like that and they're like, yeah, here's a funny quote from Tremors you can use in bed. Haha, it's funny. Or the butt plug. People will talk about the butt plug, the graboid butt plug, and be like, haha, it's funny. Fucking gay sex, put it up your butt. And it's like, okay, so you have no problem doing that. And that's not shoving sex into your Tremors movies. That's you understanding what a joke is and what humor is and comedy and like going about that. But then the minute that something's queer, then we have to fucking freak out about it. And it's like, no, okay, so I don't trust your opinion on this. This is an incredibly disingenuous thing that you're saying, because it's not about inserting sex. And that's, oh no, you're putting sex into my Tremors movies and you got to stop it. That's no, that's not what that is. Like, you have to draw a line in the sand if you're gonna be like that. That like, oh no, hey, you can't say you didn't get penetration even with the elephant gun. it's a funny butt stuff. And Pan is right, where it's like, butt stuff is funny, but intimacy is gross. And I get so mad because people will laugh at that butt plug because they'll be like, oh, that's funny. Gay people use that. And you know what? And I'm not even like, I'm going to do this. And this doesn't qualify as an olive because I hate these people. This is not an impression. This is a fact. They're like, oh, butt plug's funny because the gays use it. And oh, how's that work? And it's a way of like shitting on queer people instead of accepting them. But because you can other them. It's about othering other. It's about othering other. You're other. And you can create fear and disdain and derision and division through that. And you listen, I've been listening to a lot of the Quarantine Book Club podcast with Rand Stetton and Bob Denton, and I've now realized how much I'm sounding like them because they talk about this a lot. But you are making the world a worse place because you're not being accepting. And I get so mad because it's like, if I could like literally cross-reference and go like, you made a joke on this butt plug one, and now you're over here making a comment about how don't put like sex and Tremors, and then like make a graph of it. If I had the fucking time to do that, I would, because I know it wouldn't be, I guess it wouldn't be that hard. I could do that. I need the time to do that. I might do that. Shit. Now I always say things and it's like, actually, this is not a bad idea, Levi. You should do that. And it makes me so upset because in the end, so like, look, okay. Tremors 2 Aftershocks. My favorite movie. I'm wearing an Earl's Ranch shirt. All right. Tremors 2 Aftershocks. This is how I was introduced to Tremors as a 5-6-year-old. I'm going to say 6. We'll say 6 as a 6-year-old. Okay. Actually, hold on. 91. Yeah. 97. Yeah. 6 years old. That in that movie, a core element of the narrative that happens not once, but twice and gets incredibly directed on is the fact that Earl has a Playboy pinup. I don't know why I'm pointing at the Beatles. That's all I got. I'm in a nuclear explosion. Has a Playboy pinup. I know what to do. Earl has a Playboy pinup on his wall of October 74. You know why she's there? Remind me, not chasing after things I'm never going to get. And then what do you know? Literally an hour and 20 minutes later in the movie, Earl is on an oil tower with a woman who is that playmate. And she even jokes like, oh, I did a little modeling in college. I was even a playmate once. And then October 74. And then she does the pose and they laugh. And it's this great laugh of her like, Pan. Okay, I'll come to Pan's comment in a second because that's another one that Pan pointed out that is so good. That they even laugh like, yep, I've been masturbating to you for like 20 years. Oh, yeah. Which, hold on. Yeah, because that 94, 74, that makes sense. But literally, and they're both laughing like, yeah, she knows he was jerking off to her, and he knows that she knows he was jerking off to her, and it's just like one of those like, this is an incredibly sexual moment right here in the movie itself. There is no subtext. This is text. This is the fucking text on the screen, baby. And yet, that's not shoving sex into Tremors. We're fine with that. but then we can't ship things as a fandom. And I'm gonna pull up some comments here. I'm gonna do Chris's first, and then I'm gonna do yours, Pan. Chris's my Facebook answer was, "Hey, check this out! I found the asset. It was just meant to be mocking someone dumb like me that wouldn't know which end is which. I hope it came across that." Oh no, Chris, you're fine. I don't mean you, because I've never seen you comment hateful things. You're actually a very nice guy. You and Colin, like, even if you're not like of that persuasion, it's always like, I think true allyship is just acceptance. That's a bit, just be cool, be kind. And I think you guys are exactly that. And that's funny. That is end up fun. Like mine was, I didn't write it, but I was thinking about it. It was sure ain't no damn ostrich. It was just like, it's funny. Your penis is an ostrich, or it's not. But that's the joking of it. That's meant to be taking the joke. Everybody should be. You're fine, Chris. But then I love Pan's thing here, because Pan pointed this out last year, that there is literally Earl sitting forlornly under a picture of him and Val, and then there is Bert sad in a chair next to a picture of him with Heather, pining for ex-spouses. And Pan put them on top of each other. Not as a meme, but actually you should, Pan, you should put that as a meme and put it up again, just to fucking piss those guys off. But it's true. There's literally these spouses like sitting next to pictures of their ex, looking in the distance, just like, man, I missed out on that. And I did an impression of Earl. I've been a violation for sexually suggestive content. Wow. Would you believe that, guys? That makes no sense to me. Oh, and then Thomas's, mine would be, you like that, huh? Because it's true. I find that's funny. That is funny, where you're just like, that's what I was saying earlier, like talking about Val and Earl, like there's so many, like, you don't have to push the dominoes hard for it to go there. Hey, I found the ass end. Stampede up your ass. It's like, bro, guys, love you, Chris. And yeah, I hope comment, like, and subscribe. Everybody comment and put time tags on things. I love time tags. And then Thomas's, mine would be like that, huh? And it's just like, these are just like, and they're not meant to be overt. Jesus Christ. You guys make me laugh. I love you all so much. They're not meant to be overt. However, we're adults and we understand what innuendo means. And that's why it's funny. Like, that's what us being adults means. That's what that is. Our maturity. You know, we all went through puberty for this reason. And then Pan over here. Mine was Earl's, just because you're no good with a rope. I love, that's what, man, you gonna do your lasso thing again. Which there's one that you could be like, man, you gonna tie me up in the back of the truck again? Because I mean, I kind of like the bondage. You know, you're bonding me and stuff. But like, I would just like to eat your bologna and beans. You want to do your lasso thing? Okay, that's cool. Do I get to lasso you? Give me that thing. This some bitch of mine. Cowboy Shabati. Yeah. And Pan, you're the reason we're talking about this. This is important. And I mean that well and truly and sincerely. I will be the first one in line for that comic when it comes out. And so I was talking about identity and gender, and actually I had, and it goes back to the Tremors Fest thing. One of the people that I was talking to about it was even saying like, oh, I wouldn't have, like, if I had met you on the street, I wouldn't have been your friend because you're trans. And then in our conversations, we're bringing politics into it. And I was like, what the hell does me being trans have anything to do with Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I live in the middle of Iowa, and I would just like to do my garden and make my Tremors movies and talk to people about Tremors and watch movies and have a good time. And like, what does that have to do with anything like that at all? And I'm just like, okay, like, hey, and I move on. Like, that's the people on TikTok, I have a tough skin, and I move on, because it's just like, that doesn't, what does that mean? And I think it's indicative of the problem that, like, why is being LGBTQIAssblaster plus politics. It's not, and it shouldn't be. It has been created as a political tool by people who wish to other very much. We'll just do it just like Nazis. That's the whole point, is the more you can other someone, the more you can say that their existence is a threat to you, then that's how you're able to exterminate them. That's the hop, skip, and a jump that we go to with that. And that's where I even say, like, when I'm talking about these other people, it's literally othering other people. When I'm talking about Tremors fans that are hostile, that it's about like, okay, I can tell that you have something that you're not expressing, that you're dealing with, that you don't want to share with the group, and you're afraid of that. And so, like, hey, man, that's cool. Can you just like dial it down a little bit? Like, just calm out. Just don't comment and just roll on, or make a meme about it, or make an actual post. Don't just be commenting on people's stuff all the time with your terrible, hateful blah. Just allow people to exist and have a good time. So, yeah. And like I said, that's actually, I wrote it down here in all caps. This is something that I've been loving about the Quarantine Book Club podcast with Rance and Bob Denton, is do the work. And I love those two for being, as they say, hey, we are two straight white dudes, and it is not our job to tell people, hey, here's a better way to do it. We need to be allies, and we need to amplify other voices, and that is the best thing that we can do. Everything else is just going to muddy the water. Like, we need people who can speak from an experience to speak from their experience, and we ourselves have to do the work. I've talked about this before. There are words that I don't use anymore that I've realized, like, whoo, I'm not going to use that one anymore. Although that one, as we talked about last week, man, these kids are fucking retarded. It's just too damn funny, and I can only do it in an Australian accent, and I cannot say it in an American accent because it sounds really bad. Admittedly so. Like, I can only do it in a Mad Max accent because we don't do that. We don't call people crazy anymore or mentally ill, because that's like, ooh, that's terrible. Just like we don't use the N-word. Like, these are pretty simple things. Hell, even me as a transgendered person, everybody knows Rocky Horror Picture Show. The song "Sweet Transvestite" is in it of itself. It's a slur. I mean, there's some empowerment to the slur, but it's still like, ooh, hey, we don't use that word. Like, we use transgender, and I don't even use the word tranny, because it's just like, it just doesn't come, it comes off the tongue all wrong. And you're like, whew, that's even me. So it's like, we as a people have got to do better all the time. And I want to wrap this in a bow, this conversation. And I think that perfection or Tremors is a great example of that, because I was talking to Ian about this. They're like, look, you got Val on the left side, and you've got Bert on the right side, and yet these two guys can manage to come together to stop people from being eaten. Hell, Earl is I would say Earl's the center in that equation. Oh, there it went. I knew it would. Hate speech and hateful behaviors, guys. I knew it would. So that's why I'm glad Skip came over. Skip's probably going to be. No, do I agree with this decision? Like, that's like, look at that, folks, right there. Like, boom. Does anybody know what I said that was just hateful? Woo. Oh, it happens all the time, Skip. Like, literally all the time. Do I agree with this decision? No. Does it? Nope. Let me see. Submit. So we'll see what happens here. Hold on. Did I appeal? Submit. Okay. Because yeah, that's why, guys, there's a whole YouTube channel. Because unless I decide to show a Nerf gun, then we're good, and we're good to go. Apparently, I didn't, Edwin, and I know I didn't. I know I was banned. Man, fuck TikTok. I know I wasn't. I appreciate everybody that's in the chat for knowing my intentions and understanding me. And I would appreciate if anybody can right now go on your socials and tell people to come watch this, just to really like fuck with the algorithm. But now we're fair and YouTube doesn't give a shit. So I'm gonna say some nasty shit now. Now it don't matter. And it just got me off track. Fucking got me off track. I hate that. If you're listening in podcast land, I'm really sorry. Who's ever listening to this in the future? Whew, that shit just always gets me because it's just like, this is why we need that and need a better place. Because it's usually what that is it's somebody coming in. And because you have to, it's not, TikTok doesn't do that automatically. Someone has to press the report button, and that's them being transphobic and pressing that report button to make Levi go bye-bye because they just want me to disappear and go bye-bye. But I think Tremors is one of the greatest examples of a monster movie series that has people from opposite ends of the spectrum coming together, working together, and putting aside their differences to make a better world. And I think that's why Tremors is so inadvertently woke and queer and progressive and all that jazz. And I use some of those words with a good tongue in cheek. Like, I think the word woke is just the stupidest. Man, you can use that word in so many stupid ways that it's just like, you know what? It no longer means anything. It's literally like what is woke? Fucking whatever the fuck you want it to be. So yeah, I think that's why Tremors is super important for the LGBTQIA plus +blaster plus community, because it's something that we can take comfort in and solace in. And you know what, Edwin? People who use woke in an unironic way are my third least favorite people. I'm going to tell you this right here. There is one, man, if you use woke around me and you're like, as a derogatory slur, man, talk about something that's like an instant, like, I'm not listening to you anymore. Holy, okay. Bye. Because I'll pull it up because it's worth it. Like, it is just one of those, like, okay. Clearly, you've watched a little too much Fox News, and that's just your talking head opinion, and it's not EGAP. Oh, what's up? Oh, EGAP 8098 over here made one of my favorite Tremors documentary videos. Everybody go to their channel and check it out. And but woke, Tremor Saga is so based. Fuck yeah, baby. Based Bert knows that trans rights are human rights. And can anybody hear It's Always Sunny playing downstairs? I can hear it in the background. Let me know if you guys can hear it or not. No, I know my shit. I try to know my shit. Can you hear that? Oh, that's not It's Always Sunny. That's the stupid racetrack of Trump people doing roundy rounds. And that's not even a joke. It's just a bunch of Trump people doing dirt track roundy rounds. But I do. Everybody loves it. And you know, there's a great example of like a way to take the piss and you're not being woke. And it's about like satire. And like it is such an instant like mental turnoff. And sure, I'll keep listening to the person. However, it's just one of those like, oh man, I mean, do you like, look, I'm a fantastic speaker of the English language. I like to think that I am, maybe. And I'm going to admit to you, I don't fucking know what that word means. Do you? And you're kind of like, I'm not going to say you're like on the brightest side of that spectrum, of the light bulb spectrum, but like, I don't think you know what that word means. I think that's just your like scare word for whatever you like want to use. And it's just like, because I would ask anybody currently right now, define woke. Define it. And you fucking can't, because there's no, I mean, try it. I won't say you can't. Maybe you can. It's just like, oh my God. It's just such a brain turnoff. And it's, yes, EGAP is right. None of them even know what woke means. It's just the word they use to describe things they just like. And that's all it is to me when I hear that kind of thing. one of the more recent times I heard it was on, I've talked about the Brews and Cruise podcast, and Chris had his dad on, and they were talking about things being woke, and like I was just like, Jesus Christ, you guys are literally in a studio worth like well over $1 million in cars, and like here you are talking about how like the woke people are going to take away your ability to run gas cars, and you might need to figure out how to like put electric batteries in them to make them run. And it's just like, fucking some context, bro. And then Pan, as far as I know, the original definition was being aware of the systemic racism, etc. But yeah, it's been stolen and mutated. So in my mind, and I actually talked about this in my Tremors Was Woke episode, was that I've always understood the origin of woke is a Matrix reference. And in fact, it goes back to Red Pillars and that, which is ironic because it's the concept of that you've woken up from the system. And it even goes farther back than that, than to say that your third eye has awoken. You're a hippie, and you're like, you are awake to your surroundings and things that are happening to you. And that's, in my mind, that's what that definition means, where it's like, oh, you're awake and you're seeing things like that's, and oh man. And Edwin says, I see woke as it's when someone is unnecessarily, quote, progressive. For an example, let's say The Boys is real. Sister Sage being added to the 7 would be woke. And you know what? As far as I understand it, I feel like that's the commentary they're trying to make on that season 4. And I love the entire discourse that's happening there of just like people being like, you made The Boys woke trash and they're making fun of us now. And it's like, they were always making fun of you. What the fuck are you doing? How dumb were you? And then EGAP, I really got to rewatch the first 4 Tremors films. They're all 10 out of 10 masterpieces, except Tremors 3, which is a 9 out of 10. I would agree with that 100%. And then EGAP, you've got to make sure that you go and watch Tremors the series, which I consider the best piece of Tremors media in existence. It's got the most, and it's got the best character development, and it's woke, and it's queer, it's progressive, and it's all those things. And it's Michael Gross's best Burt Gummer performance, and I love the use of Mixmaster, and there's El Blanco, and it's got one of my favorite episodes, Night of the Shriekers, which I'm going to be using as my sequel. Yeah, just the people on the Boys fandom, but all woke. It's like, here, pay attention. And yes, I hope you watch it. And of course, yes, watch my Tremors movies too. And my Tremors sequel coming up soon. I think I'm gonna call it Tremors Silent Song. You heard it here first, or if you were on Ian's channel today, Tremors Silent Song, because there's shriekers and they are not silent, but there will be music. That's the whole thing. And yes. Have a great day, EGAP. Enjoy your lunch. Come back later and comment and tell me what you're thinking about my show. I always appreciate like people tell me if I'm stupid or right or wrong. And hell, EGAP, I will be here for the next 3 fucking hours. Everybody knows this. I'm gonna be here for fucking 4 fucking hours. It's fact. I've only got the 2 talking points in my list. Fucking yeah. And yeah, hell yeah, Silent Song, which I have some things I'm going to talk about. And then Tremors, the series, is great. I want Mixed Master creature toys and to know of other Mixed Master creatures. While we're here, everybody in the comments, drop your Mixed Master creature ideas. What would you mix? What would you make with your Mixed Master? And yeah, I've always said, too, that was my original theory when it came to Tremors and Universal, because that's when the split happened. Between Tremors between Universal and Stampede, was that Universal went like, oh my God, hey, Mixmaster is this great idea. We can do like the Pokemon of horror, and we can do all of these monsters and all of these creatures, and we can just put out all of these toys and everything and all this merchandise, and just make billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. And they never did. I don't know what the hell happened there. Like, man, sometimes, you know what? You can have a nefarious, evil conspiracy plot, but if you don't have the balls to execute it or the tits to execute it, it just ain't going to work. And then Edwin says armadillo and hippo. Ooh, I like that. Hold on. I'm going to write it down. I always like to write Mixed Master creations down. armadillo, and hippo. And the word was armorpo. Or is it? Yes, armorpo. An armorpo. You're the Larry Norville of this world, Edwin Bank. I love you so much. And yeah, fucking woke. What the fuck? It doesn't mean shit. I don't really want to even give it any credence or thought because it's just like, well, it's just that's your scare word. Goodbye. Go away. It's not dumb. And yeah, like I said, perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. I feel like. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Did I explain that well enough, people? Sometimes I don't know. Legitimately. Sometimes I don't know. I'm going to see if TikTok unbanned me, but I'm pretty sure I know they didn't. Hold on, let me look. I gotta look. I just gotta look. I gotta look. I know they didn't because they always reach back and they're like, oh no, we looked at it all and appeal not approved. Look at that. Wow, what a fucking surprise. It took you all of 5 minutes to come up with that. Whew. Save some woke for the rest of us there, TikTok. And thanks, Ben. Pan. I tried my best. And you know, I'll jump. Ian and I were talking that Tremors does diversity right. Like, and that's that woke checkbox list thing. And I think it really, like, if you go across the whole spectrum of even Don Michael Paul's Tremors 5, 6, and 7, there's a lot of diverse characters in it. There's a lot of people with substance and personalities of all races, of all genders. Everybody's represented, and most of the time the characters aren't talked down to. Everybody's on an even level with each other. And that's where Tremors 4 is my favorite Tremors movie, because you've got 3 Asian people, an Indian person, a Latino guy, a woman, and Burt Gummer. And that's it. That's there's other people too, but like, that's your town, man. And they all come together, all their diversities and their backgrounds and everything, and they all make perfection. And that's why I use that. Perfection. It's not just the town. The idea of perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. Whew. And yes, Edwin said, I like how it sums up the melting plot of America. You didn't have to write it so many times. We all knew you meant America, Edwin. Wow. Wow. I just talked out of my ass for an hour and a half. That was amazing. And there's a reason I wanted to practice this that I'll tell you all later. Although it has to do with Rance Denton and Bob Denton of the Quarantine Book Club podcast. What? Did I talk about them again? You know what, Edwin? Oh, shit. I forgot that's one of Edwin's rules, that every time I talk about a podcast, I'm supposed to eat an olive. Let me see. I did a bunch of weird. Okay, so I got 6 olives. 1, 2. Hold on. We'll put 3 of them on. Everybody, look at my chest while I eat these olives and do this ASMR. I'm like Dirk Maggs. And I got a blue cheese, feta cheese olive for Rance and Bob Denton and Anthony and Steven of the We Have Issues in Quarantine Book Club podcast. Oh my God, I forgot there's cheese in it. Okay. Does that sound as gross as I think it sounds? Because I'm not gonna lie, I think it sounds pretty gross. I don't know about that ASMR thing. Oh shit! No, I'm just covered in olive juice. Oh, so it did sound disgusting. What if I? Yeah, the graboids are gonna shriek, and then they're ass blasting. Look, boy, I'm gonna come over there. I kid. Although, okay, I haven't done this impression, and I really want to do this. Who's watched Daredevil? Anybody watch Daredevil? Because I just want to do I'm not a man. I'm a monster. And if you do not understand who runs this city, I can inform you. You see, Mr. Gummer, the graboid is not the greatest threat. I am. And if I need to, I will show you who's the kingpin around here. Daredevil, the series, because it's so good. I do a bit. It's Wilson Fisk. Yeah. Listen to me, Valentine McKee. Whoever you think you might be, I am here to tell you you are wrong. And I will shove my graboid so far up your ass to where the sun does not shine, Mr. McKee. Are we understood? I just do it. It's so much fun. I haven't got to do that impression, and I love. Oh, it is an olive's worth. You know what? Honestly, Edwin, that was worth a jalapeno. All right, jalapeno worth. Okay. I asked him. All right, guys. Edwin sent me a photo. I think it's of my boobs. I bet it's of my boobs. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Fucking shit. This is how you know it's a real live podcast. My brain is dying. My brain up in my throat. My brain is in my throat. Oh my god, that's so hot. Okay, Edwin, like what's... Oh, Edwin sent me, he wrote it as notes. Eats an olive. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, this bit. The jalapenos are me upping the ante. Does an impression, talks about if Universal sucks, talks about the pilot, talks about other podcasts and how cool they are. Man, Edwin just really knows me too well. Although that's why. Fucking shit. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. And if you're in podcast land and you're wondering where there's dead air, fucking go to YouTube and watch the YouTube live and look at my boobies and enjoy. Holy shit. Okay. That was a mistake. I'm not gonna lie. It was a mistake. I fucked up. Ooh, it's in my eyes. Oh, it wasn't red. I didn't account for how jalapenos, while you're currently already hot in a hot attic, might make you spicy. And now it went from 3 to 6 people. So the other 3 people here, I just ate a jalapeno because I did a kingpin impression, and it's pretty good. It's a pretty good impression. I like this. This isn't currently an impression. This is just me with my tongue fucking lapping out. Oh, no, my eyes doing stuff. Oh, shit, guys. Whew, I made a mistake. This is a breath. Now you fucked up. You have fucked up now. Now you fucked up. Why did kids you know reference for all my 2000s and 90s babies out there? I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm actually scared of dying. That's true. Sorry, my beautiful Polly. Holy shit. So I feel like that made up for a very, very woke and queer and progressive discussion on whether perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. Whoa, shit, man. All right. So I wanted to talk about the Tremors comics for a moment because it's on my list, and Thomas was asking about it. Oh man, yeah. Thomas said, Edwin, I love Whitest Kids, because fuck yeah. And then Thomas, copy that was a surprisingly good series. I wasn't expecting much from it, but also the Punisher and the prison scene was beautifully made. Oh, one of my, you know what? The prison scene was good. My favorite fight scene is still season 1 hallway fight scene. Like that one was just so well done and choreographed. And I love me a good one take. I am a sucker for a one take every time. That's the theater blood in me. But today we're going to talk about Tremors comics, and I don't have much to say besides how much I think that they're awesome. All right, Michael O'Haver, Tone Rodriguez, Rob Dieterle, Derek Day. Shits and giggles. I once I have the comic, I'll actually have their names and stuff. But I would recommend everybody that's listening go to Facebook and check out the Tremors comic book anthology. Tremors, yes, it's four words. Tremors comic book anthology, by Akitas Comics and Michael's Comics Games and More. Mike's Comics Games and More. They're doing a Tremors comic, and hey, and you know what? Everybody go commission Pan over here, who's turning into a pumpkin, to commission Tremors artwork from you. Pangea Starseed is the best way to find them as an artist who made this wonderful piece over here. Because they're the reason that Tremors is getting so extra progressive and woke and queer is stuff like this. So like I said, I need to Pan. I still got a commission. I got my commission that I need from you, which is going to be me and Caitlin and Earl looking off the side of the cliff. It's going to be fun. And like, please, everybody go commission Pangea Starseed. Pangea, like the supercontinent that the dinosaurs were on. And yeah, so please go commission them. Wonderful artist. I can't wait to see. This is the real Tremors comic. Although technically, I have the Tremors comic that came first, which is this one, Hendrix, which is the Perfection comic. Michael says that their comic is the first, but it's not technically. But this is fantastic. And yes, go share your friends. Ben, go share your memes in the Facebook group. I want to see Val and Earl looking for Earl and Bert looking forlornly with their spouses in the background, because I think that's great. Share more. Show the pockets. Show the change in the pockets. Fucking fantastic. I love you. Kirk/Spock fiction. That's why we're here. I do. Everybody, Pan's the best. 99. That's the name. If you're on YouTube, Pangea, go check their shit out. Ben Sword on Facebook, all that jazz. They're on Tumblr, I think Instagram. Go check them out. And yeah, and if you want a Tremors comic, like I said, go. These guys making this are a really cool, great group of guys. Like I said, Michael O'Haver is the dude in charge of all of it. And this is called Graboids, Shriekers, Ass Blasters, oh my. And I'm really excited to read it. I think it's going to be, hey, more Tremors content in my eyes is fucking fantastic. Like that. And they actually did I got this too, because this was a limited edition. Do You Pooh with Winnie the Pooh as, Val, Earl, and the Piglet and Tigger for my other backup over there, just so you see. I think it's fantastic and great, and I love these guys. But I think this is coming out in like 2 weeks. I think they already have copies out that they're selling at Comic Cons and stuff. They were just down at Day of the Dead in Phoenix, Arizona, selling copies and doing that. I want the variant cover too, and actually I bought I bought 3 comics. I bought one for me, and then I bought one for Jonathan Melville and Zoran Gavojic, and they don't know it yet. I'm gonna send it to them because they don't ever see that stuff. And I'm just like, hey, I already have Zoran's address. I need to get John's because I'm gonna be selling. I got another update that I'm gonna be selling Seeking Perfection books at Tremors Fest. John wants me to sell some books, and I'm gonna sell some books. But I got a copy of this for Zoran and John. I'm super excited just because it's more Tremors. Comics are great. Like I said, We Have Issues and Deathless and Play It Again. I love comics. I wish I could read more, but comics are a great way to experience something. And I think this is just cool. And this I didn't have commissioned, Thomas. And did they post the variant? No, see, the variant covers they'll draw something on it. Like the artists and the authors will draw something on it. That's why I really want one, because I want one of their, like, that's a unique cover. That's a cool thing to have. But they'll draw something on it, like brand new, like to put on the cover. So then you get this as the regular cover, and then I'm going to get a variant cover comic because, like, yeah, I want to support these guys. I think this is just like I said with Pan, and I know Ben's not here anymore, but like these things go hand in hand. Like we support fans of Tremors and what they do. Same thing. I can't pull it out, but the Terrible Low game that I got over here, the Tremors game. Like, fucking, hey, man, did you want to make something with Tremorsy? Fuck yeah. And then that's where the Hendrix, like by What If Stories, Matt Stapleton and Roos Wootun. Like, hey, you made fucking a Tremors comic? Don't. And I'll pull it out. I love, like, seriously, guys, like, get a good page there. Oh, yeah, there's a graboid. Look at that shit. Look at that graboid. And the tentacles. And the coolness. Look at that freaking. Look at that beautiful shit, man. Take that, you overgrown slug. God damn it, I should have kept driving. And he's got a jackhammer. This is so cool, man. And this was actually a Kickstarter back in 2000 that they still made extra copies of, so I was able to get it. And like, so if you want to check this out, this is the first Tremors comic, like legitimately the first one. Which is by Matt Stapleton and Roos Wootun. I think they're both from the UK. Because it's, go to whatifstories.co.uk and check it out. Go get this. Because there's 2 of them. And then there's this other one that takes place in the Lost Boys universe, Santa Carla. But it's partially a spinoff of Jaws and the character of Hendrix from Jaws. And then going from there, and this page with the ultra gigantic big ass graboid getting exploded. No, I'm not lucky. No, seriously, go right now. Pull it. You guys can pull it up because you're also on the internet. Go to whatifstories.co.uk and order a copy. $10. I got both of the What If, so it's $20 plus like $5 or $6 for shipping. Boom, go order it. Boom and done. Go let them know that you support them. Yeah. And no, Edwin, you can't make it a rule that if I'm gushing about Tremors stuff that I got to eat an olive, because that happens all the time. That's not a fucking fair rule. See, the impressions, like, I can like hold off on, and I don't, but I could. But like the talking about how cool Tremors stuff is, that's the show, baby. That's the show. That's what we're doing. That technically counts as an impression. I don't know who the fuck it's an impression of, but that's the show. That's the whole show, baby. I gotta admit, I just like eating olives. Damn. No, it's not. And no, because the comics are happening currently, so I can't. No. Although we've said if I read, like I have read from several books, that counts as an impression, which I'm not going to do currently, but I'll do later because I do love reading people's stuff. I actually have this book called Burlesque River, and then what's the other one? Burlesque on Bourbon, and then there's Burlesque Boys in the Bathroom. written by Kitty Bardot, who's, like I said, we went to see Burlesque last weekend, and Kitty writes burlesque books, and so I have, I should find a saucy part in here, and it's not cringy copulation, it's cool copulation. Yeah. Oh wow. Ooh. Yeah, it's sexy. They're sexy books. But Kitty Bardot, if you're listening, and it was funny. So I was at Burlesque, and I was telling Kitty, like, yeah, I have a podcast, and I like talk about people's books, ideas, and she's like, oh hey, like, what's your podcast about? I was like, as a podcast about Tremors. She's like, you know what? I don't know why I asked, because I think I already knew. I knew what you were gonna say. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. What else would I be talking about? I'm talking about some woke shit, baby. And no, William, I did not give them any ideas for the comics, and should they be worried about Universal coming down on them. No, I didn't give him any ideas, although I did tell Michael, I was like, hey, because Michael's going to be writing a story for the next issue, and I was like, hey, I can write stuff. I'd love to write stuff. I put them in the credits. I made sure to thank those guys in my Tremors movie. So I'd love to, like, hey, I'd love to work with you guys. I'm an okay artist. I'm a better writer. Can I write a story? So no, I didn't. I would love to. I'd love to help him contribute in any way I possibly could. And then will Universal come down on them? No, because it's already past the point of no return with Stampede Entertainment, and I know Stampede Entertainment, like, they just want all of the stuff to happen. Once they get the rights back, boom, we're gonna be seeing this an explosion of stuff, because they'll just give that license out to everybody. Like Steve himself will just do it in spite of just like, nah, fuck you. Everybody gets it. You get it. And Thomas, do it. Write some stories. Thomas, I'm writing my own Tremors movies. I'm working, and I got to know. I would love to write a story, and I was even thinking about it once I offered that it's like, what would I do? And I'm not sure yet. I'd have to figure that out. Because with the comic format, that's different than writing a movie, and what works for that. And I'll tell you in a second there, Thomas, what that question is. What the answer to that question is. I'll tell you a little bit later. And then, how many jars of olives do you buy in a month? 2. Those big ones? 2 a month. Yeah, that's a lot of olives, isn't it? And the answer, Thomas, real close. Not gonna lie, real close. That's actually part of my cool thing that I get to tell you about Steve and Steve's email and all that. That would be cool. Do one of my movies in comic form. Like I said, I have tons of ideas that they could use. I got plenty of little scripts. I think, Thomas, were you asking to see the Tremors or Burroughs script? Because I talk about that all the time. I think I saw a comment from you on that. Let me know, and I'll send it to you. Some ideas for Tremors stuff. Do it. I will. I will. Look, people, I hate myself, if it wasn't already clear. Like, I talk a lot because I feel like people need to know some things. But if somebody else could do this podcast for me and talk for 4 hours for me and know all these things about Tremors and say it in a great fun way, cool, man. Please go do it. I would appreciate that. Take this off my hands. I doubt it. I do. We'll see. Maybe somebody years from now will do what I did with Jonathan Melville's books and, like, hey, I like what you do, and I'm gonna keep going. And I'll be like, cool, man. Cool. If you ever need me on your show, let me know. Well, I like you too, Thomas. I just got really sad. Sorry, you just said, like, there's just some sad things about Tremors that, like, and it's about people. And I wish it wasn't, like, I wish it was Tremors. I wish it was the right stuff, but I'm just getting, like, I'm getting really exhausted by some people lately, man, and I'm trying to power through it, and it's just hard as fuck. And thanks, guys. Most people couldn't do it either. I need a. My brain's getting sad. Just give me a minute here. Wow, thanks, Edwin. You're a special breed, and you gotta flaunt it. You know, it's funny too. I always talk to Caitlin because she says, you're the only one that thinks you can't do this, and I'm like, I know, and I think that like that's probably better that I have a level of like fear and hesitation, because if I'm too overconfident on it, then that's when I'm gonna fuck it up. And I do. I like I don't like disappointing people, but there's a great thing in Community with the character Britta where she drops the cheat sheet on the ground so it can be found, because she's so used to screwing things up that she just wanted to get it over with. That you're just like, then it's easier to deal with anything because everybody just thinks that you're a screw up and nobody can ever depend on you. And that's how I feel a lot, and I do, and I've done a lot of good, and I at least I hope I've done a lot of good for Tremors. I'm just getting tired of bad people. It's in my brain. Like, this is my, like, I want to talk. I want to say some things about some people. However, I need people to finish being awful before I can like go all the way out on that. Like what I know William or Thomas is in that era of the show right now when I was talking about the other Tremors podcast and how I sensed from the beginning that they probably weren't as cool. That's just the easiest word for it. They weren't as cool as I was thinking, and it's look. I think it's that I am not a popular person. I mean, I have friends, and I love my friends, and I'm always here. I will do anything for my friends. I would do anything for most anyone until you like actually cross me or you're mean to me, and then it's just like, and I won't even attack you. I just won't do anything for you anymore. And some people just, and it goes back to the concept of like, oh, I do a lot for you and now I'm not. That's the same thing as like oh, you're existing as a queer person, so you're shoving it in my face. Oh, instead of just pretending to not be there. And it's like, no, I'm just not doing anything for you anymore. That shouldn't be, that's not a reason for you to be upset with me. And and like I said, and that Christmas special, thank you. That was one of my most favorite shows. Christmas special and then the Halloween special. God, those were fun. Because it's just having a good time. And like I said, that other Tremors podcast, like it was like, I have my instinct that I don't trust you, but I'm gonna be there and like support and do all that. And then okay, so then you turned and then you did become mean. Then it's like, okay, cool. I don't have to like interact with you. I'm not gonna say anything against you. Oh, now you told me to fuck off on your show. So okay, so now I do have to respond just to be like, wow, okay, that's. Whew. I mean, that's real heavy, hard shit there. Why, like, just bygones and move on. Hell, I didn't even have anything against you. You just had something against me. And I think it's, I try to be a respectful person, a kind person. I'm not going to say I'm a good person. I was just watching Firefly recently and the Shindig episode, and mercy is the mark of a great man, and then he stabs him. Well, maybe I'm just a good man, and he stabs him again. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not a great man. I'm not a good man. I'm not a man. I'm a person, and I'm just okay. And I think I'm fine with that, or at least I shouldn't be fine with it. I think that's where, man, this got really existential. I'm getting real deep. That like I should value myself more. Um, and I missed Frosty the Snowman. Oh no, I think it was Edwin that said I should have done Frosty the Grab Boy. Hell, all those songs were great. That was just awesome. And it's one of those things too that like who else on the planet could in the space of 3 hours put together a dozen or more different Christmas songs themed to Tremors. Zoran Gavojik is the only other person I think could do that. However, I know Zoran wouldn't have the time to do that, and Zoran probably looks at me and goes like, "Hey, you look, Levi's got it. I don't fucking need to do it. Levi has that niche filled over there and does it fantastically, and I'm gonna enjoy it back and just be over here." And maybe I should value and respect myself more. I mean, you know what's fun? I do value and respect myself. I wish other people did, and I don't mean you guys. Like you're all great, and hell, I don't even mean Tremors people. There's just certain people that have been discussed before that I'm just like, man, I'm doing all this for you, and I'm even giving you a little bit extra, and like even after you screw me over, and then you're still gonna be like that. Fuck you. Like that's just why I don't know. I should trust my instincts on this. And you know what, I think I'm saying this right now as a pinpoint to be like, so then when something happens, I can be like, you did talk about it, Levi. See, you were aware of it. You do know what's going on. Because what it was someone said that I have no guile. And I was like, you know what? And they meant it as an insult. Like, you have no guile when it comes to talking to people. And I didn't respond back. That was where I ended the conversation. It was like, you know what? Like, I don't. And I'm proud of that. Because I even had to look it up because I was like, guile means what I think it means, right? And I looked it up and it was like, oh, sly, cunning, and intelligence. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't. And I'm incredibly proud of that. That I am honest to a fault. And I would take that 100% in stride that it's like, no, look, I'm gonna tell you the truth of the beans. What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, it was just in my head. The truth of the beans, baby. And that's it. I'm not gonna fuck you around. And just I just worry about anyone saying that, like you don't have guile. And it's like, fucking good, man. It's Guile, Edwin, just so you know. You're spelling it wrong. That's like, guy, the guy. Look at you coming here to my little kosher shop and you have a gale. You have a gale. I snip on your graboid. Yes, this is your gale. That was an impression. That was a terribly racist impression, but it was an impression nonetheless. I'm getting tired of stupid people. No, guile. Guile. Edwin. And as I've often said on this show, I only lie about one thing, and I think we all know what that one thing is. And it's one of those, like, is it really important, though? Do you really need to know? Does it matter to the rest of the equation? No. Because I am who I am right here, right now, in this place. And that's the thing you should focus on. Oh, wow. Chris coming in here hot. God, that's a good guy. It's terrible but true of the vast majority of us that we are affected disproportionately by negative comments like that Guile one, even when we know it's not true. And you know, that's where, like, it's not that it, like, it was just more, it spoke to me more of the person who said it, that it was just like, you're using that like it's an insult, man. No, fucking look, I love all of you guys because you don't have guile. All of my friends, everyone that I consider a good person, you got no guile. I think like, I was just like, fucking, that's, man, no, that's, and in my mind, and that's why I didn't respond back, because I just wanted to be like, yeah, no, I don't have any guile. I got none, and I'm fucking, fuck yeah, I don't. Why are you saying it like that? That's really okay. What are you hiding? Like, that's my, like, on that. And like I said, I think we all know exactly what the one thing I lie about is. And it's just incredibly funny because it's not that hard to figure out. And everything else is like, here it is, right here, pen and paper in front of you, honesty. And I'm just like, why? What's wrong with that? And you know, so, and it was talking to Mike Malone. I'm gonna bring, okay, I want to segue out of this so hard because I'm spiraling in deep. But talking to Mike Malone, and Mike Malone, if you didn't know, is the set dresser for Tremors 1 and partially for Tremors 2. And hell of a set dresser for a lot of things. Did Ocean's 11, Venom, Aaron Brockovich, Traffic, The Underneath. And it's funny too, where it's like he never wanted to be a set dresser. He fell ass backwards into it because he needed a job one day. Somebody asked him, "Hey, you want to do this?" And he was like, "Sure, why not?" And so now he's a set dresser. And on this, one negative, Chris says, one negative criticism towards me affects me more than 100 compliments. Not that I've gotten 100 compliments, but hi, you know what I mean. And Edwin, almost all of the people that I know outside of Twitter know me as super honest. And that's actually, I talked to John when I was talking to John about his book, and I got to put that episode up. And I was like, you know, we were both talking about that very concept of just like, man, there's always that one that sticks in your brain. And I had read there was one negative review of Seeking Perfection that was like this 2-star review that said, oh yeah, like it's kind of like nothing happened on Tremors and like there's no scandal or anything, so like why are you like writing about this? And it just struck me as like, isn't that like a good thing? I don't know. Like you're telling the story accurately. There was no scandal on Tremors, and there hasn't. Besides what Universal did to Stampede on the sets of Tremors, even when I talked to Mike, no scandal. Everybody's just coming in and doing a good job. But I said it to John. It was like, yeah, you know, there's like this one review that I always find funny of your book. It's this like 2-star review. And John immediately jumped in. He was like, it's that one about like there's no scandal on the set of Tremors, right? It was like, oh my God, of course you would, because that's how that works. It's that one negative review that sticks out of the 1,000 compliments that you're just like, this stupid fucker. Like, what is it? Yeah, it's not scandalous. Fuck you. Like, what's not what the book's supposed to be? If you want some scandal, the Highlander book's a little more scandalous. But like, it's not my fault as a writer and as a documentarian that nothing like super interesting, like extra happened on Tremors. Chris, tell everybody where you got the shirt while you're here in the chat. Levi, I'm so slow. You didn't get that. I just got your shirt. Haha, that's ostrich. The ostrich ranch didn't work. I thought you meant you just bought it, but yeah, Earl's Ranch. But yeah, even like I said, everybody, we all do that one negative comment. And that's not even what I was talking about, although that's like plays into it. It's just more like my trust thing. I just have this, it's just bugging me here in the back of my brain. And I don't know how to articulate it, but talking to Mike and learning that like the greatest currency is honesty and is trust. And yet I don't know where we get the shirt, guys. I don't know. I will let everybody, I'll find it and I'll send all of you the link. It is for sale. Imori Apparel or something like that. But like talking to Mike, and he's been in the movie industry for, over 30 years, and just like, man, trust and honesty are the most valuable currency of all, because we as people in the society doing things need each other. And if we don't have each other and are there for each other, then this whole ship falls apart. This whole town goes down. And it is. And that's actually like, before the person said the thing about the guile, that was actually what I said. It was because we were talking about Finn Carter, and people, they were going too hard on Finn. And I was like, man, but like, just give her time, and she's her own person, and trust is the most important currency. And then I got that guile thing back, and I was like, that's no, and it is. And that's for all of you. And I mean this, Chris and Edwin and Thomas and Ben and Charlie and Alicia and Anthony and Steven and Dina and Daniel and Sean and Rance and Bob, and I'm looking at books. And all these, and Paik and Daphne and Christopher and Jeff and Kevin and Dylan and Luke and Ian, and like, trust is the most important. And Derek Hillier and his family, and trust, and my regular friends, and regular friend, you're all my friend, and Ben and Dessa and Justin and Lana and Joe and Molly and Caitlin, and that trust is the most important currency. And this ties in thematically to the perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place, is that people need to trust that the media that they're involved with isn't going to fuck them over, and that the people that they're working with and living with and breathing and doing everything with, that we have to trust each other, or none of this works. That's where the like, I'll admit, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden, because I don't trust anybody who believes in Donald Trump to not try to make my life worse. And listen, I'm going to tell you the real facts of the matter when it comes to some politics on that I'm going to vote for Joe Biden, because what the fuck ever, it's not going to matter, because I have learned in recent months that the people who believe in Donald Trump to an extreme, when Donald Trump loses, because he's going to lose, because most of the people in the world just want to be left alone in peace, and his entire personality and branch of cultism is about antagonizing things, that like most of us are just like, man, dude, I just fucking leave me to eat a hot dog in peace. I don't want to deal with your shit. But there's this vocal minority of hate, and that's the point of those people in the Tremors group, no, he's gonna lose, and they're gonna be pissed, and they are gonna fucking take it out on everybody. They are going to tear the walls down to destroy things, because they're angry and they want something to put it out there, because they don't trust anything at all. And it's so important. And this was actually, Edwin, I'm not eating an olive for this because it'll disrupt my flow, but the Rance and Bob of the Quarantine Book Club podcast, we're talking about, and it's been great listening to their show, because they started it. It's called the Quarantine Book Club. They started it during COVID, when they were in quarantine, and Rance and Bob are brothers, and they're great brothers, having a good time, meeting over Zoom calls and talking about books. And it's been this great time capsule for life in the last 4 years, and hearing these guys go through everything that we've all been going through, and like, oh my God, and hearing the fear in their voices, and complete understanding. Like, I gotta tell you, fucking Rance Denton is one of the smartest people I have ever had the pleasure to listen to. And I don't give a shit. Look, everybody, go listen to the audio book for his Ragged Company, A Testimony of Elias Faust, because he is such a brilliant person as an English writing literature teacher. That's his job. And as an expert in humanity, well, none of us is, but as someone who loves humanity and wants to understand it and live inside of that, and we all are in understanding society, and these two have been fabulous to listen to because they're both, as they would say, they're very liberal, like in that sense, and just like even in 2020 and to 2021, like them trying to like figure out like this condition, this thing that's happening with America of like, holy shit, like what is going on with people that this hate keeps flowing up and becoming more and more and more, and to the point where I'm now on a July 4th episode, and they experienced January 6th as it happens, and we're just like, holy fucking shit, what the fuck is going on? And they've read some terrible books by some libertarian authors, which made them be like, we're not going to read these books, and we're not even going to give them support. We're going to read other better books by queer and minority authors and everything like that. And then to the point where this is one of my favorite stories, and this goes to that trust thing. Like Bob was talking about how he needed to confess something on the show, that they were at a July 4th picnic out camping with his family, and there was all these MAGA types just talking about fucking queers and fags, fucking they're all like destroying everything. And Bob, who never wanted to be a father, who's a stepdad of two sons, and one of them is gay, having a problem being like, I really want to go over there and tell these people, hey, like, look, I have a gay son here. Could you just not with this right now? We're all out here camping, and everybody in his family being like, Bob, no, please don't. Like, you're just gonna make it worse. And Bob, and he even said, he's like, man, in my younger days, I would have fought, not like fist, but I would have like fought. I would have been more extreme about that. But I listened to my family and like, okay, I'm gonna back off and like move away from that. And Rance even brought it up. He's like, no, you actually did the right thing, because the minute you go over there and you say, hey, I have a queer son, could you please stop doing that? Then the immediate response from them would be like, oh, no, where's the bag? We're going to take him out. Let's fucking go. And you're like, no, then you put a target on someone's back. Like, that's why I try to be as out there as possible and be like, hey, if you're going to target someone, target me. I can take it. And like and Rance brought up this great, look, that kind of work, you're not going to do anything in that moment. You're not going to change anyone's mind. They're already drunk. They're already hard into their beliefs. You're not going to do anything. Like, just, it's better to walk away, live another day, move on. And because they've lost that trust in another person, that like, it's that immediate othering of like, no, you're one of them, one of the wokes, and I gotta take you out. And it terrifies me. Like I felt, oh, hold on, these are still on. Yikes. It terrifies me because they've lost trust in their very reality. Everything is being manipulated around them, because in essence it is. However, it's being manipulated by them. Like, everybody else is like coming to their own existence and flourishing and finding. And in the last 20 years, like, we have become better people. I have Facebook memories from 15 years ago using faggy and retarded, and I'm just like, man, dude, Levi, fuck you. You fucking suck, and we don't use those words anymore unless we say them in an Australian accent, like, it's fucking retarded. But even then, you're still just like, we just don't move on, evolve, become better people. That way, people around you trust you and move on. And I want people to trust me. And holy shit, did I just really just go off on a fucking, somebody in the chat say something, please, and think. There's 3 people here. I need someone to like center me or something. And that was to the Tremors thing and talking to Mike and just like, to go to what Thomas asked me about, like, why did that stuff, why is the news about Tremors Fest been clandestine and not really talked about a lot? And it's because I think, and I don't know, no, I'm not doing olives. You know what? I'll do one big feta olive for that after I finish this. I think because there's some people organizing Tremors Fest that want to be the popular kids. And no, there's not. There's not a Tremors Fest schedule out yet. They want to be the popular kids, and they want, like, but they don't want to, like, and what I think is, like, popular is including everybody. Like, that's my, like, everybody's included, and that's where, like, I was telling Mike, like, it's like, there are no small parts in anything. And man, that guy had so many great stories, and it's like, he's someone that they would exclude because he's not Kevin Bacon or Reba McEntire, and they're not important enough for Tremors. And to the point where the people saying that, I just get really like, ugh, because it's like, okay, if you're going to say that that person's not important to Tremors, I want you to tell me what you contributed to Tremors. Tell me what you contributed to Tremors that wasn't about you. And then you can tell me that that prop person's not important, that makeup artist isn't important, that set person's not important. Then you can tell me. If you can't say, here's the job that I did on Tremors, then I don't want to hear it. And you know what? And you know what? I get to say that, not as someone that has a podcast about Tremors. I get to say that because far before any of you knew my name or knew anything that I ever did about Tremors, the fucking first thing I did was compile all this information that I talk about all the time on my fucking show and talk about Jonathan's book. I compiled all that information and I went like, hey, so there's this copyright clause and there's this lawyer that works with that. Hey, lawyer that does that. Here's all this shit about Tremors. Can you do something? And they went, fuck yeah, I can. Get me and talk. And boom. And that happened. That happened. And I did that. And guess what? It's not going to fucking affect me. Steve Wilson ain't going to be calling me. Brent Maddock and Ron Underwood and Nancy Roberts aren't going to be calling me to fucking make Tremors movies. I will keep making Tremors movies because I fucking love doing it. But they ain't going to be calling me to do it when they get the rights back. That ain't how that fucking works. And you know what? I don't care. Because in the end, guess what? Tremors went back to the people it belonged to. That's what's important. It's not about Levi Dillon Burzloff. Sure, Levi Dillon Burzloff's got a Talking Tremors podcast as a way of getting that information out to the 5 people that are listening, like Edwin and Chris and Thomas. Hell, Colin and Chris only know some things about Tremors because I'm just like, oh, these things about Tremors are happening, and I'm literally in your face fucking yelling about it. It's not like, what does that get me anything but just like stress and anxiety and insanity and feeling like I'm going fucking crazy sometimes. And I'm telling you, man, like I'm looking at Charlotte Stewart's book. I gotta email Charlotte Stewart again, and she wants to be on the show. I gotta read her book or read that part of the book and get it in here. Mike Malone, I'm gonna get you back on the show again, and everybody, Tom and Sam and all these people. And you know what, guys? I have the names and emails and contact information of everybody involved in Tremors except for Kevin Bacon. And that's not a fucking exaggeration. Everybody. I can get everybody on this show if I wanted to. It's a drop of a hat. However, it's not about me. And I want to be able to have a platform for them to tell their stories like them. And that's where Mike kept saying, oh, I'm talking too much. And I'm like, bro, dude, I want to talk as little as possible. Mike, if I want to talk, I'll do my live show and I'll talk for 4 fucking hours. And I'm on hour 2.5 right now. And you all know that. Like, I'll fucking do that. But you, Mike, you tell my like your stories. And Mike was even talking about, man, he really wants to do a podcast. And we're gonna call it the Malone Zone, because he's Mike Malone. The Malone Zone. And it's like, man, I love, because he's got great stories. And Mike was even like, yeah, I'm sitting here like thinking like, I've told these stories 1,000 times, but you've never heard them. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's the point. And now I have these recorded and they're down and they're here forever and ever and ever. Ramen. And I think everybody's important. And I said it as a Doctor Who fan. There's a great line from the 11th Doctor. 900 years of time and space, and I've never met anyone who wasn't important. And I think that all the time. Yeah, everybody wants to travel back in time and change the past. But I think that if you really want to time travel, what are you doing right now? Because that affects your future. That's the ultimate time travel. You're doing stuff for people right now in the future. That's what I just said that earlier, where it's like, man, if somebody wants to take over the show, hell, this show will be like this book here or Octavio's book, where, maybe I'll be still doing it. Maybe someone will be like, hey, that show ended. And now we're like, I'll take that ball and keep running with it. And now I have all this information. You got someone like Thomas who's listening to all the episodes and just like, that's maybe someone's out there. I fucking would love that. I'd work with them. I was talking to Hunter Lurvy, and Hunter Lurvy called me one of like the greatest Tremors fans. I was like, bro, I'm going to give you a list of great Tremors fans. And you know what? Even that list, fucking, that's just people that you know. Everybody, you're a great Tremors fan. And I think so. Hunter Lurvy, I think, is a fantastic Tremors fan. I love that kid so much. Putting all those like pictures together and artwork and like really working. Like, god damn, I love that kid. And yet he wouldn't say that he's like one of the greatest Tremors fans. I disagree. And everybody's just important, man. And you know what? Oh, that's holy shit. Now my brain just went all the way around on that. So everyone's important. I guess, Levi, you need to look yourself in the eye and say, Levi, you're important too. And I don't know which camera to look at to say that. And I would agree with Steve and Todd that like, that's, I'm adequate. How about that? I am a tool that gets the job done. Hell, there's 5 of you here and none of you are saying anything. And I can't, okay, at least tell me that like, you're not saying anything because it's resonating with you. Like, or you're just like, I don't know how to respond to this fucking crazy person over here. Because and I was looking at it, and like I said, that's why I love, these are like my greatest examples of like, what's the greatest Tremors fan? Like, and this, like, are you creating something? Booyah, greatest Tremors fan. Edwin, greatest Tremors fan. Always there. Edwin came up with the rules for why with this, my olive drinking game. Boom, greatest Tremors fan. Thomas, sorry, every time I say Thomas, I'm like, William. It's like, no. Thomas told me that their name, or William told me that their name is Tom. I'm dead name. I'm getting it wrong. Fucking Thomas is listening to every single picture of like every single podcast episode and like actually listening and interacting and engaging with it. Chris and Drew. Chris's crazy theories is one of my favorite fucking things that has happened in the last year when it comes to Tremors. And then Chris, you got to send me that video of Dean Norris talking about the Twitch theory. Like, please send that to me. You're great Tremors fans. Like, but like Michael and Pan, this is fucking fantastic. This is just as awesome as Soren Gavojic's Kill Counts or Jonathan Melville's book or Octavio Lopez San Juan's Tremors book or Alec Ramirez's Tremors movie, or EGAP 98's Tremors documentary, Daniel Trujillo's Tremors TikToks. And that's where I make it my point to know all of you guys, because I think that's what I've considered my job as part of this podcast, is opening this world to to all of you. And like you're I'm just a person on a screen, so I can, if I had like more internet and and if I wasn't doing this off Chromebooks and shit, I'd be pulling up images and links and being like, check the link in the description. If I had a producer, Sean, this show would fucking sing, man. Fucking, there would be graphics and shit, and there wouldn't just be this crazy person thing in the background, which this background is dope. Like, we all got to admit, this is like a great background for a podcast, because you're just like, who the fuck is this person? Hold on. And now I just thought, oh, did that really clear it up? Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. I had to show you my boobs because I thought I can't tell if the lens is clear. It really doesn't matter. I really don't want people to look at me. I want people to listen to my words. But thank you guys for loving my rants. And we don't need to speak because you're saying such profound things. You're making a lot of sense. This is my favorite thing from the show, and I love your rants. And Thomas sent me a picture of the latest 3D prints. Did you? Oh, you did. Sweet. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up on the show because we're right here. I can do this. Let's see. Oh, dude, these are dope. Can everybody see that? That's my version of like pulling something up from the screen. But those are dope, man. And and Thomas, fucking making 3D prints for a Tremors Fest that he probably won't be able to attend. Like, that's great as Tremors fan to me. And yes, it is, Thomas, is the house you're living in your childhood home? Yes. I've lived here for 25 years now, maybe more. And you know what? This podcast, really, if you listen to episode 1 of this show, like, man, this was already conspiracy theory ass podcast background. Like, that's just the theme, baby, from the get go. Because nobody listens to me, and I've been trying to tell everybody what's been happening with Tremors, and you guys are the only ones that listen. Sorry, I say nobody listens as a hyperbolic thing. But yeah. And I think that's why I wanted the theme of this episode to be the perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place, because I want acceptance. I want acceptance of everybody. I want everybody to be there. Like, I don't. And in my mind, I think the universal, like, what they did is the version of the popular kids thing. And they even made that split. That's what I've learned with Don Michael Paul. I think Don is a great guy. And you know what? I have to say, like, that's been one of my qualms with the Tremors Fest people, is that they're like, oh, no, we only want Stampede Entertainment people. We don't really want anyone from Tremors 5, 6, and 7 to be there. And I'm just like, man, look, I have my problems with those movies. And hell, I have like 20 plus episodes of a podcast, 30 episodes of a podcast of me railing against those movies and fucking dragging them through the dirt. And even I'm saying, like, no, hey, like, those people did something. And yeah, no, and I would love to own it, and the landlord would sell it to me, but it's really just such a great, like, rental agreement that neither one of us wants to fuck with it. Like, it's really, like, it's kind of one of those perfect, like, I'm not going to touch it. You're not going to touch it. I'm living here. I got great use of the space and the land. And yeah, no, I would love to own it, but I also like my landlord a lot. So it's one of those, like, rare situations. And yeah, so I'm not too worried. And yes, and Edwin's right. No matter what you say, and yes, and you can't say they contributed nothing. And 5 actually fixed an error in 3 where the ass blasters could see during the day and made them only hunt during the night, like vampires. And I feel like 5 actually introduces what I consider the best name of an ass blaster, the Umpundulu, and it gives rise to one of two, like, And yes, I agree, Thomas. The Tremors 5 Ass Blaster is just a bad design. It's really bad to look at. And even though they look like flying vagina ostriches, this is true. But I think the Umpundulu, and then it gives one of Travis's best lines, which is, you make Ass Blaster sound good, which is true. Like, they do make Ass Blaster sound good, and I think that's fantastic. Although that is a holdover from the original Stampede Entertainment script. The Gubalagari is what they were originally going to call it. The Gubalagari, and the I think the Inkanyambe was still kind of in there. But these are also nonsense words, so I'm trying my best to remember. And yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody. Did you have something to do with Tremors? Then guess what? You contributed to Tremors. Hell, even, oh my God, this guy. I just saw the Tremors quiz book by Killian H. Gore. Like, this guy's a great Tremors fan. Like, fuck yeah. I'll give you guys one. Hold on. I love this bit of trivia. Which character name is misspelled in the end credits of Tremors? Is it A, Nestor Cunningham, B, Edgar Deems, C, Megan Wallace, or D, Earl Bassett? Which character name is misspelled in the end credits? And this book is the Tremors quiz book by Killian H. Gore, with over 100 questions. And they're pretty good questions, too. Like, they're not your normal, like, I just looked this up on IMDb trivia questions. I really appreciate it. Aw. Ooh. Oh, cool. They even have a Stampede Entertainment question in here, too, about, oh, man, that's dope. Oh, man, damn. Oh, I got it. No, it's not B. It's not B, Edwin. Anybody else? Nestor? Nope. I'm going to give it to you guys. Guess what? It's Earl Bassett. It's Earl Bassett. And if you look in the credits of Tremors 1, it says Earl Bass. Bass. And it always makes me upset because the very, very, very first line of Tremors is, "Good morning, Mr. Bassett. This is your wake-up call. Please move your ass." He literally says the last name. "Good morning, Mr. Bassett. This is your wake-up call. Please move your ass." And yet they somehow got the name wrong in the credits. But yeah, this guy right here, Killian H. Gore, makes a fantastic Tremors quiz book. Bill Watterson, even though his Tremors didn't go through, fucking is a great Tremors fan. And that counts as an impression. Yeah, no, seriously. You'll see it. Just watch, like I said, just watch the beginning, first line, and then the end credits says Earl Bass. Wow. Wow. That was a rant. That was a hell of a rant. And I don't want to stop it. I think it's good. I think that was a good section of the pod. I always get real. I always get real down on here. Right, guys? At least that was partially depressing. That was not, I guess that was a depressing story about my life. Woo! Chicka chicka whoop whoop. I'm gonna drink some coffee now. Let's see. I can't believe it's only 10:50. So, yeah, no, that was, you know what? I will eat. Ooh, I know. That rant deserved a pickle. That was a pickle rant. Ooh, that was good. Sorry. No, I didn't eat anything mid-rant because it was too good to stop for a fucking joke. Rants get pickles. I like that. Write that one down, Edwin. Whew. So anyway, what was the rest of it? I do have things here. I'm just kind of kidding, but Oh, okay. I want to segue, and I want to play for everybody something. I got it here. I know I got it. I have to literally talk while I'm doing things, or I'm going to fuck it up. Okay, come on. Where's it at? Pull it up. Okay, hold on. Everybody's yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Oh, I got so many cool. Yeah, I got cool things to talk about too. Okay, so I don't know if you guys know about this show that I like. It's called We Have Issues podcast with Anthony LaFusi and Stephen the Wildcard Todd. I don't know if you've heard about it. Maybe I talk about it. I maybe like brought it up a couple of times. I mean maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, what's the maybe buy Death List issue 1 and issue 2 and the Ostrich Colony scrapbook and play it again on Amazon and wehaveissuespodcast.com. And maybe I've talked about We Have Issues. And you know what? They are celebrating their 200th anniversary, 200th episode. Not like they're not 200 years old. Their 200th episode anniversary this week on Wednesday, July 3rd at 8 p.m. I don't fucking know time zones, but I would go to We Have Issues podcast on YouTube. Click the notify button on the live show. They're going to do a live show for their 200th episode. I'm super duper excited about it. And like I said, go buy their stuff. I like I said, those guys, Anthony and Steven's rant in episode 198 about how wild it is that rampant transphobia that happens to me while I'm having a party about Tremors, and then I managed to just keep going. Oh, damn it, Thomas. I'm actually trying to figure out something with my wife right now, if I can make it out for Tremors Fest, but I'd be coming by myself because the wife would have my son after his tonsils removed. Oh, you should bring your dad. God, your dad would love it. I'd love to meet your dad too. I bet he's a fantastic guy. Knowing how awesome you are, Thomas, I bet your dad's even fucking cooler, man. Well, I mean, just as cool. How about that? Okay, I literally can't reach these olives anymore because they're like, I've eaten so many. I was about to drink the juice. That was close. But anyway, Anthony and Steven are doing their 200th episode of We Have Issues this week. It's going to be a live show. It's going to be dope. I recently commissioned Stevie to draw some Dragon Ball Z. Oh, hold on. I can actually pull this up because I don't need my phone right now. Steven to commission a wedding present of 2 of our friends as Dragon Ball Z characters. And let me tell you, he did a fucking fantastic job. Can you guys see that? I'll pull it back a little bit. Maybe I got it. Oh, there it is. In sickness and in health, till death do us part. And that's our friends Ben and Shelby Davison and Steven. I commissioned them to do this. And it's fucking dope, man. I can't even begin to tell you how awesome this is. I love this. And it's their favorite. It's Vegeta and Bulma. I had them like draw it in that style. And so if you love anything like that, like go commission Stevie Wildcard to make you something. And I do need a skewer and a Talking Tremors skewer. He gave up smoking for his grandbabies. Good for him, man. And I don't believe in merch, but I'll try to make merch, Edwin. I need someone who can do merch to do. I can make t-shirts. That's about it. But I appreciate the concept. And yeah, like I said, go commission Steven, just like you're going to commission Pangea Starseed. Go make some art. Like, and there, you'll fucking love it. I promise. Right? Isn't that dope? Isn't that Dragon Ball thing fucking dope? And it was funny too. Like I said, just go to like minute 30 in episode 198 of We Have Issues, and listen to Steven and Anthony talk about how much they wanted to like fucking punch people for hating on me during the podcast, and you'll really appreciate those guys more. It'll make you want to listen to their show too. I hope so. That's the goal. That's why I'm telling you to go listen to it, because it inspired me to want to do better and make more, and I love them so much. And anyway, one of the other things that I did Do I have a logo for the podcast? No, because I am not good at that kind of thing. Also, hold on. There's John Michael Paul's text, by the way. Love it, Levi. Party hard. Miss you, Tremors. Loving people. Tremors for life. And then also, you can tell I'm on season 2, episode 25 of the Quarantine Book Club. Whoopsie. And no, I should make a logo for the podcast. It probably wouldn't take much. I should put it on merch and shirts and such. And damn, see, here's the thing, Thomas, is that like when you don't value yourself as a person, like it's hard to like make merch for you to sell as a person, because you're just kind of like, yeah, you know, does people really care and such? Now you guys are all making me think you care, so I gotta like reevaluate that a little bit. And you know, if you're gonna commission, go commission it for me. I've already spent money on these people. Go commission it for me. How about that? And then come back with it. And I'll be like, cool. That's actually something that as a personal, like, I'll know I've done good or I've made it, and just like, yeah, you're doing the right thing. If just someone does a drawing of me or artwork, that's always one thing that I've like, or like of my character in the Tremors movie. If someone does fan art of me, then I'll be like, cool, I did it, man. Someone listened or cared enough that they literally made art of me. And I think that's the expression. Like, I was talking to Pappy about using memes as an expression, and one of the greatest things about making a meme is when someone uses your template and says something else, and it's like, that's, you're expressing something, and then somebody else expresses that back, and you're communicating, and that's art. Art is expression. And I know we do care. I have to pull it up because you said it. Edwin cares. Also, Mixmaster Creature logo would be good. Although, what would that entail? And then that's Leela. And Edwin says there's that one picture of the girl from the series on Spotify. That's Jodie Chang, which I think is I think that's a great image for all of Tremors in general. You know, you got a Chang holding merchandise with, you know, see a real graboid tentacle in the background. I think that's just fucking perfect. But yeah, I'll know I've done good for anything if someone makes fan art of me sometime. You know, then I'm just like, cool. I did. Make sure you get the boobs right. That's really important to me. That's super duper important. Everything else, whatever. You can get my face wrong. So anyway, I commissioned Steven to make this great portrait, and I can't wait to give those guys give it to them for their wedding gift. And then because Anthony has been in a really bad spiral because Critically Stupid just stopped all of a sudden, and we had a conversation about that, and I feel for him because it goes back to that trust. That trust is quarantine. No. These are G's. These are G's, Thomas. I specifically got it on the package. So, but yeah. Dolly Parton style, baby. And Anthony's been really sad because of, you know, Critically Stupid ending. And I feel for and he's right. He has every reason to be sad. And it's one of the, like I said, that trust thing. Who can you trust? Trust is the most important currency because we live our lives and we give our time. And if you can't trust someone, then the rest is all bullshit. And Anthony was, hey, does anyone want to commission me to do Arnold, to do songs as Arnold, which is his character from Critically Stupid? And he's a bard. Arnold's a bard. Fucking love that character. And I was like, hey, Anthony, I will. I already commissioned Stevie to do something. So I would like, can you do a song as Arnold for Tremors? So with all of that rambling fucking lead up, here is Perfection Song by Anthony LaFusi as Arnold Stevenson, the bard of Critically Stupid. Let me know if you can hear this first, and I'll
I was on the road, traveling through a small town. The streets were quiet, no one was around. There was a scream telling me not to move. When I looked up, saw it was coming from the roof. A few friends shouted pleasant things at me. They told me not to go. They asked me to freeze. I knew then they would be the best of friends. They didn't want me to leave, just wanted me around them. And as I approached, the earth it started to shake. I realized then I made a mistake. Something massive erupted from the dirt. I don't know what it was some kind of worm. I was startled and dropped my favorite loot. Snake tongues reached out and swallowed it, and I was like, oh shoot. It was distracted, so I decided to run. And got on the roof, to introduce myself to everyone. I said, hi, I'm Arnold, and I'm just passing through. This is a lovely town, it's so nice to meet you. This place is so quaint, it's nearly perfection. Except you know the giant worm infestation, but at least it's fun. A man named Bert said that he could help me out. He'd get my loot back, so I shouldn't pout. He and his friends drove some tiny magical carts. They carried explosives to stop the giant land sharks. There was a rumble and the cart had disappeared. Then everyone grabbed umbrellas, yeah, it was pretty weird. Suddenly it rained, it was really real gross. I was hit in the head by the thing that I love most. I said, hi, I'm Arnold, and this is my loot. Thank you for Gummer for just being you. This is a lovely town, and I've had a lot of fun. With the worms, this place is simply perfection. It's perfection.
Yeah! Was that good? Did you guys hear all that? I don't know. That's the first time I've ever played a song like that on the show. That was new. But that was Anthony LaFusi as Arnold Stevenson, the Bard from Critically Stupid. And it was called Perfection Song. If anybody wants that, I'll send it to you. It just gave me the biggest laugh. The little magical carts, the umbrellas, it was Michael Gross. Even the land sharks in there too. That was, oh man, $20, and you can go commission Anthony to write any song that you want as Arnold Stevenson. Just go tell him to write a bunch of Tremors songs. Go give him like $20 all everywhere to write Tremors songs as Arnold Stevenson, and then we'll have more Tremors songs. But that was fucking dope, wasn't it, guys? Like that was. It was so cool. And as another aside, if you want to send videos to Anthony and Steven for their 200th episode, they are doing that currently. Get them in. I'm running in the morning. You can leave, Edwin. Go to sleep and go send some videos to Anthony and Steven. Their 200th episode's coming up. I'm super, super proud of those guys. Love you, Edwin. Be well, sleep well. But that was just so cool. I thought that was just the coolest fucking thing. And it's like, man, it's one of those things where it's like I could have kept sending Anthony money to like write more Tremors songs, but then like also I want to give the man a break. So I didn't. So if other people do it, so everybody go give Anthony LaFusi $20 a piece to go write Tremor songs as Arnold. Please and thank you. It allows him to go buy Chinese food and pay his bills. Just do that. Just do that for me. I would appreciate that. a whole bunch. Oh, my butt. Oh, my butt did stuff. And I don't mean that like I have a graboid butt. Oh, my butt did stuff. And hold on, I need to tell Anthony 2:55 is where he needs to watch from. He'll enjoy that. But oh, my butt. Uh-oh, folks. I'm not like reaching in my crack either. I'm just more like massaging it, like from the outside. Oh, my butt did stuff. It's a cramp, butt cramp. That's how you know this is a real podcast, because I don't edit anything out, like butt cramps. Ooh, the butt cramps. Ooh, the butt cramps. And I have another song later that I might play. That's an AI song that Tigere Tubirsk Monk made about Val and Earl being butt buddies. And it was pretty good too. I think Anthony's song is better. It's just one of those, hey, cool, more Tremor stuff out there. So yes, we have issues. Love those guys. Go give Anthony and Steven all the love in the world for everything that they do. They're two fantastic people. And just take it from me that I wish I'd been listening to their podcast sooner, because then I would have been listening to Don't Make It Weird sooner, and Don't Make It Weird's back again. And we'll be leaving them a voicemail later. Somebody, I'll think of a good impression. I gotta have somebody. I have not exhausted all my impressions. You guys don't know all my impressions because I have so many. And that's not even me being like, ooh, impressive. I have a bunch, and I just don't think that I've had the confidence yet to show them all. But yeah, that's poppity pop. What is woke? Hold on. I'm just going to go through my things here. What is woke? Identity isn't political, but Tremors is society. Tremors does diversity right. Do the work. Arnold's song. My fears as a person. Oh my God, guys, I'm doing it. Fandom must evolve to survive. Oh my God. I write these out every week beforehand. I'm like, you're not going to fucking do this. And it's just like, oh, wow, you are. Holy shit, you fucking are, bro. Yeah. I talk about the Quarantine Book Club a bunch. Fucking love those. Like, seriously, I'll put links in the description. I said I was going to do that last week. I really got to work. I've been so busy at work. Everybody forgive me. I'm gonna go back. I got July. It's my birthday. If you want to send me stuff for my birthday, fucking message me and I'll send you my address and shit. Fucking, we'll figure it out. Because fucking, yeah, this is the greatest present I've ever gotten. I can't believe that's why I need to commission something from Pan, because Pan sent this to me for free. And I'm just like, dude, this is so fucking awesome. I need to give you money. However, if other people want to send me free stuff, I am not opposed to free stuff. Okay. Is anybody, you know what? Let's be honest. Is anybody opposed to free stuff? Don't need you to answer because I already know the answer. we all love free stuff. Booyah, baby. Oh, yeah. These were not free. I just wanted to wear my hat for a minute. Booyah. Yeah, Fermented Cinema. I was on their show earlier. I'm just going through because I was talking. Oh, Run for Your Lives season 8 is coming out. Paik and Daphne. Fucking love those guys. Paik, Daphne, wherever you're at. Go listen to their Tremors Redux episode where they did Tremors as the first episode of their show years ago. And then they went back and they did Tremors again because their shows changed so much. And they always do a Tremors movie at the end of every season. And man, God, they are fucking good. I fucking love Paik and Daphne. And I got to do that's one. I'll localize it from here. All right, hold on. That reminds me. I have to do this for Paik and Daphne because they always need someone to leave a voicemail, and I have to do it as a sender thing. So, why do I have two hats? I just like the Earl hat, and I'll take it off when I want to do Val. Hey, Paik, Daphne, Earl Bassett here. Me and Val, we were in the truck, and we really been listening to the Run for Your Lives podcast. We like what you guys gotta say. Earl, are you calling another podcast again? What the hell you think? You think you're just gonna star on anything? Hey. As I have told you before, you will acquiesce the time to me while I have the CB radio. Okay, and you know what, Pink and Daphne, I feel like they said a lot of great things about us. You know, maybe we are butt buddies and we're in the back doing stuff, but what they had to say about you and I, man, I'm telling you, those guys know Tremors inside and out. Okay. You know what? And I gotta say, every time that Pake said Bixby, I was like, you know, that Zoran Gavojic, he really has like permeated the cultural sphere. Valentine, what the hell's you saying? Look, I can use the words too. You're not the only literate one. So listen, guys, just don't listen to him. He's a dumbass. But Pake, Daphne, I think you guys are just the most beautiful sounding voices in most of podcast land. And I love you. I don't know how much better to say it. And you can talk about our movie anytime you want to. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's our movie. It's kind of like my movie. I am the star of it. Hey, we are an ensemble team, and you will recognize that fact. Ow! Okay, I'll give you that. So, Pake, Daphne, wherever you're at, just know that Val and I, we love you just about as much as, well, Val and I love each other. Hey. What we do in the bedroom is between you and I. All right. And you know what, guys? From both of us here, let me just say, run for your lives. Boom! God, I love those guys. I'm gonna clip that and send it to him. I told him I was gonna do that, so that's I love them. I love them, and I trust them, and I feel them with my whole heart. And Thomas asked, has Steve Wilson given you any Mixmaster ideas not already known? Nope, not there's besides the ones like listed in like the wikis and stuff. There's the beast in the trees, the great flying thing. Other than that, no. And I think it's just a matter of they were working on it. And so then once Universal cut the tie, everybody went like, well, hey, let's not pour into anything. Cool. You know what? I'll answer your Tremors Fest one and then I'll do that one. So with all this stuff going down for Tremors Fest, do you see issues with the Tremors Fest next year? You know what? No joke. No, because guess what? Because old Levi is going to be doing it and being in charge of it. And old Levi has understood some things and knows the way of the world and the way things work and is pretty smart about that. And I think I've seen enough that I know exactly how to do it and go about it and do it well. I'll talk about this later. I actually got asked to come do some panels and talk about Tremors and promote the podcast and do some showings for another convention. No shit. That's the fucking I hope Rance doesn't kill me because nobody listens to this show. But Rance D. Denton of His Ragged Company reached out to me last night, and this is a hilarious juxtaposition to the other people being cruel to me. Rance reached out hours later and was like, "Hey, I would love for you to come. Would you be interested in doing, some Tremors stuff at a horror convention out in Maryland?" And I was like, "Fucking yes, I would. Fuck yes, I would." And I know what to do. Like I said, I've already been talking to the Lone Pine people. I know what we need to do to get a third Tremors Fest happening. Mike Malone, when I was talking to Mike Malone, even he was saying like, "Hey, I can't make it to Santa Fe for free. If I'm not getting paid, it's, just an almost insurmountable odd to go all the way to New Mexico to talk about Tremors." Even though he was like, "I would love to. Oh my God. That was one of the most fun movies." He even said, he's like, "That's one of the most fun times I had on a movie." And yet, but it's still like, I can't justify going all the way out there for free though. But then I was like, well, I'd love to do this one in Lone Pine. I'd really love to do the third one. He's like, "But see, Lone Pine, I'd be there in an instant because that's only 3 hours away from me." And that's the thing about like all those people involved in Tremors is that most of them are still in LA. So it's like, shit, fucking, you put it in their backyard, they're hop, skip, jumping away. All of them can show up at any time. And even those that are like, well, I have like a conflict can be like, well, I can show up for like a day. I could show up for a little bit. I don't got to be there. I'll just fly in and out, drive in and out. And yeah, that's where like Mike was like, no, I'd be there in an instant for that one. Cause then he was talking about how much fun they had in Lone Pine, and everybody's like, even people that didn't film in Lone Pine look at that as like, man, that would be wild and weird. Like to go back there, that's a great place to do it. So no, it's my goal. It's what I consider duty, because it's not a job, because nobody's paying me for it. It's my duty to make sure that we have a good Tremors Fest number 3 out in Lone Pine. And hey, I want Tremors Fest 2 to work out. I do. I was going to say something there. It's just like, I just see the writing on the wall of it. Like I said, it's just like, it's the George R. Martin of it all. And I'm just kind of like, I'm just waiting for that other shoe to drop. You see, he'll drop Tremors Fest just like he dropped writing those books. So that's where we need fans to take over Tremors Fest, not just names. And yeah, I really want to go to Lone Pine. And then, yes, all the way out in Maryland. And this is literally just last night. So I'm not anything. But yeah, Bob Denton runs HorrorCon out there. And Rance was like, hey, I'd love to like get you out there. And it was not just talk about the podcast, but have a table, run some panels, do some movie show and talkings alongside of it. And I was like, dude, man, I can talk about more than just fucking Tremors. Like, oh my God, just fucking give it to me. I will blah, 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 all day long about anything. And so I'm really hoping that works out. We'll see. Yeah, because that would be cool. I would love to. Maybe I'll get paid for it. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just have a fun time out in Maryland. Who knows? Somebody's asking for I got to value myself. I do. And that's not me trying to like get you to pity me. I'm more just like saying it out loud. And I say this, I use this podcast, not as therapy, but as a way to hold myself accountable. That's why I love We Have Issues, because that's there every week. Do a podcast every single week. That way you're holding yourself accountable for what you've done the week before and whether or not you're progressing. And it's just like, nope, hey, you've got to hold some value to yourself, Levi, and fucking do that. And hell, and you know what? It goes back to that trust thing. That the only reason Rance asked me wasn't about Tremors, was because I've been like talking to him about his show and how much I love the Quarantine Book Club, and like just I've been enjoying it so much, and I think they're great people, and it's just one of those like that trust currency has like developed of just like, hey, no, like you're awesome, I'm awesome, let's bring the awesome together and fucking do something with it. And it just like poof, and that was really what made it was cool. It's just like, oh my God, I was just telling you how much I think you're awesome. Like, and I mean it. I didn't need anything from it, nor did I want anything. I was just like, you're great, and I think you should keep doing this. And then, oh look, something happened. Who would have fucking thought that you'd be a good person and good things happen to you? What a fucking surprise. And again, no, nobody's going to pay me for anything. All right, folks, let's be honest. Fucking nobody's paying me for shit. It would be cool. Nobody's going to pay me for anything. I just like to have fun. And so anyway, I wanted to talk about how's my third movie going. It's going good, actually. Man, William, I'm going to talk about my movie. I'm going to ignore your comment because I was joking about the birthday present thing. I mean, it'd be cool. I'd love it. See, I want to win a 3D print like my own way. I want to win it at Tremors Fest, just like everybody else. Otherwise, it's not worth it. You got to earn it. That's the point. If you want to make fan art of me, then I get to be like, well, I didn't have any choice in that. You just did that. That's cool. But also, maybe don't listen to me what I think that I want, because I'm clearly fucking crazy and I have no value in myself. So it's probably not a good thing to be like, I'm going to help you out, Levi, because a good person, and maybe you should just like accept the love sometimes. And I'm like, but maybe I don't want to accept the love, because then like, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. And just, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. That deserves, I'm gonna eat it right from the, oh, it just went in my mouth. Oh, okay, hold on. So, okay, William. All right, hold on. How about this? I'm gonna make a deal with you, because I'm talking about the movie. Although my nephews would love that. What I need is a shrieker. I do need a miniature shrieker, because my third movie, as I said, is called Tremors Silent Song. I'm sticking to it. I love that. I got a whole thing planned with music, and as a way of like how we communicate as people with music. That's like the thematic crutch, which is the ironic thing, because shriekers don't communicate with sound, they communicate with heat. And then it's, so here's my, okay. I'm gonna need some water. I don't need coffee for this. I'm gonna need some water.
Listen to ASMR.
So my concept that I really want to do for a sequel is I want a shrieker sequel. Shriekers are my favorite out of all the creatures. Tremors 2 is my first. If you listen to this show, Tremors 2 is my first movie. Shriekers are so fucking cool to me. And if you've watched Tremors the series, what I consider one of the best episodes of that show is Night of the Shriekers, where half of it is in Burt Gummer's bunker, and they are literally just fighting off Shriekers for fucking 25 minutes. And it's fucking awesome. And the Shriekers are smart and figuring shit out, and I fucking love it. And it's fast and furious, and it's family. And I couldn't help it. We're not going to dignify that with an olive. And so what I want to do, and guess what? If you want to, go listen to Ian Ayuse's Fermented Cinema live episode from today, talking about Tremors 2, where I talked about my ideas for this already. But my concept is that, so after the end of the last movie that we did, me and Justin are at the town hall again, and we've convinced them to give us money to go and fight graboids or whatever. Crushing on Melinda Clark. God, you know what? Fucking, I have never wanted a person to die so much in a fucking TV show. It's like, you stupid bitch. You didn't think of the infrared, you stupid bitch. But so at the end of Hunting Ground, we convinced them to give us money and such. And there's actually a post-credit scene that I need to edit. I have it filmed. I need to edit it, where Dessa's character, who's the one petting the graboid, goes on a blind date with a guy in the woods, and he ends up being really handsy and like molesting her, and she feeds him to graboids, and it's fucking hilarious. I'm super fucking proud of that one. Hold on a second. My face is all bright. And it's great. It's going to be the interlude scene. But what ends up happening is that, in typical ultra reality fashion of this, that they still didn't do anything. Like that, they said they were going to give money, but in typical bureaucratic fashion, the money got tied up in things, and no money actually like went out there to buy seismographs or do anything like that. And because, like, let's face it, I feel like that's a greater commentary on our political sphere and spectrum as it is today. And it's a good joke in terms of like, oh yeah, you like, they saw the live one and they still didn't do anything about it. Which is true. We've seen this in action. So what ends up happening is that the graboid problem becomes a problem without anybody kind of like anything like anybody super noticing like right away, like because they're graboids, they're just eating shit underground. You know, cattle and sheep and deer and shit are going missing, but nobody cares. You know, or it's out in the middle of nowhere, so nobody's noticing. But then what happens is that obviously they reach the point where they metamorphose into shriekers. All right, and this is the concept. We're not going to see this. This is like the in between bit of both movies. All right, that the board didn't do anything. Graboids kept happening. Enough time passed. Now they've metamorphosed into shriekers, and we literally start. The movie starts with, I want to say, Justin and I's characters. Maybe Justin will be. I hope it's like Justin, running from shriekers. Like we are fighting shriekers like out there. They have fully. The shit has hit the fan. They're fucking out there, and like we're running from them in the high grass and trying to get away from them. And we get to a barn. I have a barn here, and that's it. That's our location. We stay in this barn while fighting shriekers like the whole time. And that's basically it. However, there is a twist. There's a whoop in there. Because I feel there's too many men in Tremors movies. So I want to introduce a little female action into it. And I want one of my friends, Lindsay, to come in, and she's going to play the sister of Caitlin's character, Michelle. And she's going to show up in the action while we're fighting the shriekers, basically being like, hey, I'm from 3 states away, and you killed my sister. You've been telling everybody that like these worms killed her. I still think that's bullshit. What the fuck are you doing? Literally while the shriekers are attacking. So then Justin and I's characters have to like fight the shriekers to save this sister. And that's where, if Justin doesn't want to do it, I think it would be cool to just be me and then Lindsay like doing that together. Like then it's like, oh, I'm saving the sister of the woman that I failed to save in the first place. And then obviously her still being like, what the fuck is this bullshit that you dragged me into? Like this, like, and it's not like she wouldn't be believing it, but that like concept of like, even if something completely outside of your fabric of reality is like right in front of you, you'd still have like, is this really real? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then, no, I'm not gonna fall in love with the sister. Not happening. Nope, we're not doing. That's too. Although I like it. I'll even pull it up because I like the. Then you fall in love with the sister. I like that angle. I think that's cool. However, I think it's one of those like, it's just too on the nose. I think that's too. Look, I hadn't even thought about it. Once you said that, though, I was like, no. See, that's too. We're expecting that. Where it's like, oh, you don't like each other, and now you do. And hey, she's like the sisters. Their women are basically the same, right? Because like, no, I'm not into that. Blech, not into that. I would love for her to still hate me by the end of the film, although we are working together and like, oh hey, that's real, and now we're fighting each other. Because I find characters that don't like each other but they're still working together, that's what I love, that's what I want, and that's what I did with that first one. I love that Steve and Chase don't like each other, and yet they're out there like working with each other. Like that is what I think. That's my like, that's what's so cool about it to me. That was my theme. That was, if I was writing a theme of it, that was the, we don't see eye to eye. However, we're working together. Which, that's what I think Tremors is in all aspects. And then that's where it's really simple. Like it's not anything. It's just we're running from shriekers. We hit the barn. Sister shows up. Save the sister. Sister and Steve are working together. Work together. End movie. Sequel potential. And so what I need is I need to build a shrieker. However, what I need a little tiny one, like to do minute. I would love a couple of little tiny shriekers to do miniature work with, because I have a really good idea for how to make the shrieker like a full-size one, I'm going to take a bucket. I'm going to take a bucket and I'm going to cut it to get a beak, just like I did with little Gabby here, and cut the bucket to get the mouth right. I'm gonna use a heat gun to melt it and pry it open and do that, and then with foam like pool noodles and stuff like that, I'm gonna build it out a little bit, and then use stuff like basketballs or beach balls to add like the texture and the skin to it, just like literally, just like old Gabby here. Like just take old balls and stuff and like form it around and make the skin of it, and then have a full sized shrieker like that. And really, it's not the mouth. I maybe. And I was talking with, like I said, Lindsay, her husband Zach we're both construction carpenters, and we were both like spitballing how to do it, and like maybe adding like hinges to it, like door hinges to the plastic itself, so you could open it. Like the beaks, like it closes most of the time, but then you like screw door hinges on the inside of it, so then it could open up and stuff. And just little like I said, like that, but just have the bucket as a framework and then build from there. If anybody else has any other great ideas, I fucking love your ideas, please and thank you. But I need one full-size shrieker. Oh, please and thank you. Oh my god, I would fucking kiss you forever, Thomas. Like that, you could not give me a better birthday present than that. So then I can use miniatures to do what I need to with them, but then also do a full scale shrieker, which is those ones that you're like physically interacting with. Yeah, that would be awesome. I really wanted Jareth Rock's shrieker for $600, but guess that just didn't work out, and that's fine. That's a-okay, man. Hopefully, it gets used well. So that's, if anybody, there's 3 people listening. Someone besides Thomas. I mean, please, Thomas, tell me, is that a good idea? Do you like that idea? Is it cool? Well, and then what? $600 for an $8,000 fucking shrieker is like a steal. I can't even. It's literally a steal. Like that was not. Jesus Christ, that was. Yeah. I said, there's some things I'm trying not to talk about right now, and that's close to one of them. And so, like, tell me, like, do you like my idea for the sequel? A, and then B. So it's called Silent Song. So, like, I wanted to do this thing that, like, because I love using music and I love using it as a theme. That, like, so these 2 characters don't like each other or whatever. But then Steve. I would love for it to happen at night. I don't know how well I can accomplish that, like with what I have. I'm gonna buy a new phone and I'm gonna buy a new camera to do that because I just need a new phone in general, and we'll see. Mainly, I need a new phone for the space, and I would love to do it at night, or dusk. That would, like that just perfect dusky kind of hour. But I want to do this thing because Steve has always been dancing to themselves and singing to themselves. The winter thing, like I like that. However, this is why I wanted to do it like now in the summer, is that it's harder. It feels harder and more unexpected to have the heat seeker in the summer because the winter. No, I take it back because it is the winter. Because the winter is like you want to put your body temperature down, which is what you don't want to do in the winter. So that makes it extra difficult. But in reality, I just want to fucking do it. I just want to do it. I'm like into it like now immediately. And it's just like when you guys all asked me if I'm fucking making a sequel, and I went like, let's fucking make a sequel. And look how fast that happened when I did that. When you guys all told me to make a fucking sequel, we're like, whoop, and we're done, baby. But there's this like, my character of Eve has always like used music and dance and that kind of thing. So they're very musically inclined, and I want to bring out a character trait in them that they're always like singing to themselves, because it's something I want to like introduce. I think it's really cool. And then and it's this song, it's Dig Down by Muse, and I actually have the band Mirabilia, who wants to do the score and is already working on a cover of that song. And I want, what it is that like Steve is singing, or Eve is singing this song to themselves, just like constantly, like at the beginning, just as a way of like calming themselves down. And it's a silent song. Like that's why I like that title. Is it that song that like you don't express, but it's there, and it's like it's coming out of you. It may be silent, but it's so loud that it's just like it pours from you. And if you've never listened to the lyrics of Dig Down, it's a great one. You'd think that it would work for the Graboids because it's, dig down, and, like it literally does that. But then it's like when you're lost and you don't know how, then you must find a way, find your faith. And I'm not a religious person. But I believe in belief. I'm a Ted Lasso. I believe in belief. And I think that's using that as like, how do you get through every moment? And it's that belief that like you dig down and you find something, and then that's that thing that like keeps you going till like the next day. And so Steve is like Steve, they're both Steve, Eve, Gross, is always like singing that song to themselves, just as a little like mental ticker thing. And so then when Michelle's sister shows up, and obviously like they're like fighting and arguing, there reaches a zenith point, not even a climax, but like this zenith point, this plateau where shit's hit the fan. There's a moment of breath where the Shriekers aren't attacking immediately, they're doing something else, and they're obviously both terrified. And Steve starts singing the song, but then Michelle's sister picks it up, and it was like, they don't even say it, but they are like both singing the song because they want like they both love the song, and they both have a feeling to it. And that's one of those things, like music, like movies, like media, there's something like that unites us in this moment of like, that's something that speaks to all of us. And yeah, chicken wire shaping the jaws in the head, and the paper mache over the mesh. See, I've thought about that. I'm worried about it being too fragile. Like that's why I wanted to go with the bucket, and because it's a harder plastic. The paper mache, I feel like would take a little more time, and that's where I want to use the foam and glue it on, and then wrap it in different balls and textures. Because I feel like it'll stand up, because I want to be able to punch it. Because that's something that I always want to see. I don't want to just see like you're shooting it. I want them to run out of bullets, because there's so many Shriekers, and then it's literally fists and pitchforks and knives and axes and whatever they can pick up, fucking going to town on these Shriekers. Because that's what I think is their biggest strength, is there's so many of them that you will be overwhelmed and enveloped, and then eventually you run out of that thing that you were using before, and now you got to fucking use a new one. You throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. That's why it's like, it's just going to be 45 minutes of just pure fucking adrenaline action. Go, and then end title, Tremors silent song. However, there's only one there's one moment where they're sharing this song, and how like, hey, we may hate each other, but here we are in this, like, finding each other. And no, drywall wouldn't work either, because I work with drywall all the time. You know what? Maybe drywall. No. See, it would still crack. Like with all that abuse and usage. Like I work with drywall all the time. Like it's like one of my primary tools at my work. it would crack like up to that use. Like it needs to hold like physically. Like, although these are great ideas, Thomas. Please forgive me for being like, no, it's just like maybe I will. Maybe I'll test run it because obviously I can make a couple of them. It's just like, yeah, I just it's gotta stand up. Like I said, there's gonna be punching. That's always one that I'm just like, I just wanted to see someone fucking punching a shrieker in the fucking face, man. Daphne, I'm talking about. Oh my God, Daphne's here. Oh, Thomas, don't tell Daphne about what I did earlier for her and Paik. That's not. She'll get that later as a voicemail. See, epoxy would work too, but epoxy is hella expensive for all that you'd need. And I just, man, I don't think that's a lot of money. Look, my budget is down. My budget's as big as this rock. My budget's as big as this rock that says imagine. That I keep specifically. It's as big as this rock that says imagine and play. That's the size of my budget. Okay. And compared to that's what your dreams are, is that they're these, but then my budget is these. Okay. So that's what you got. Yeah, Daphne, I might have said some really nice things about Run for Your Lives season 8. I don't know. I might have done that. I don't know. Maybe some friends of mine showed up and they said some nice things about you. And maybe you'll just get it as an email. Guess I'll just have to find out. But Daphne, we're spitballing right now. Well, Thomas is kind of helping me a little bit, talking about my sequel to the Tremors movie, which, while Daphne's here, I'm going to bring this up. So I emailed Steve, and because I was like, hey, I heard some rumblings about the rights, and he was like, oh, actually, we're kind of like assessing the financial viability of some things right now, and so it's things are going. And then Steve was like, hey, by the way, I watched your movie, and this fucking line right here, quite a production with an exclamation mark. Quite a production with an exclamation mark. And I was like, ooh. And then he actually dropped a whole bunch of, I'm going to read them. I'm going to read them straight from what he said. Hold on one second. They were good. Hold on one second. I'm pulling it up. Oh, I just farted. Did you hear me fart, or was that just a me thing? Okay. And here, you guys can see that I'm not lying. SS Wilson. Yes. See? It's a thing. Freeze frame nap. So, and I finally caught up with Tremors Hunting Ground. Quite a production. Fun to see locals at the city council. I thought Justin had a nice natural quality. The ring getting left in your hand after opening Graboid was a nice touch. Did not, all caps, see the baby football Graboids coming. Whole new concept there. And I liked that it ended on a positive note. Possible favorite line, at least I brought shoes. Thanks for sharing and for all the kind mentions in the credits. Best, Steve. So, Steve liked the movie, bros, and bro Cephas's and lady Cephas's and lady brothers. And so I was like, I really got to work on that sequel then and finish it up. And you know what? Look, I need to email Steve back too. I haven't emailed him. Like, I've left that on for 2 weeks. I'm like, I need to email him back. I'm so bad because I'm so terrified. I didn't think he'd say nice things. I was trying to ask him about Tremors rights, and then he's telling me how much he loved the movie, and I'm like, excuse me while I hyperventilate here. I'm fine. Yeah, Steve really liked the movie. So Daphne, we were talking about the sequel is going to be a Shrieker sequel called Tremors Silent Song. That's literally 45 minutes to an hour long, just straight action, no cold open. It literally starts with me and maybe another character running from Shriekers because the bureaucrats from the last movie didn't give them the money they needed for seismographs, and now the graboid problem has become a shrieker problem, and it's just we're running through the fields, and then boom, we make it to a barn, and then there's a barn, like, and the shriekers are attacking, and then boom, plot twist, Caitlin's sister, Michelle's sister, shows up from 3 states away, and she's like, hey, you killed my sister, and what the fuck are you talking about? These things aren't real. And then she gets attacked by them, and then my character has to save her, and then it's like, you're still fucking crazy, you still killed my sister. And I'm like, but the things that killed your sister are out there. And she's like, okay, I guess. And now let's like work together, and then they share a moment of song, and then they work together, and then they fight the shriekers, and then they end it. And boom, end of movie. That's my elevator pitch. What do you think? Shit, bad. Moving on to the next. I need opinions. I'm talking to myself. There's, I don't have a Pake here to go Bixby. Okay, Daphne. I need somebody in the comments to go Bixby. Oh, that sounds fun. Yes. And I please do. And if you can think of like a better. And so I was telling Thomas that how I wanted to build the shrieker was that I'm going to take a bucket, a big plastic bucket, and then I'm going to cut like Gabby here, cut mouthpieces into it, like the mandible. That's the word I've been trying to think of. The mandible into it. Use a heat gun, open it up, or now that I've been thinking about it, I really like the hinge idea, using door hinges and screwing them in so that way this could open up, cut the pieces, put a door hinge in it so that like we can do this. Take the bucket, add foam to it, like pool noodle foam all over, kind of build that outside roundness of it with that exterior tail, and then take footballs and basketballs and old leathery things and just wrap it all the way around, coat the thing, and boom, we got ourselves a shrieker. Yeah, baby. Mm-hmm. And actually, then with the pool noodle thing, that's what I was going to use for the tongue too, like as an extra, like that was a Zach idea. Zach Croats came up with that. Also to use that as a extra like tentacle if something is grabbing, like as a graboid. Put the pool noodle up the stocking, and then add that to do a wraparound along with one that moves that when you're doing a graboid. But there's no graboids in this one. It's just going to be shriekers because shriekers are my favorite. So if anybody's got any ideas for how to help me build a fucking shrieker, I am not Alec Gillis and Tom Woodruff Jr. I am not Studio ADI. However, I do what I can with what I got. Like I said, this is my budget. This is my budget. I have imagination and play. I did not do that in the right order. But that's my budget. That's my nipples. That's what I got for that. So yeah, Tremors, Silence. You know what? The more I talk about it, I really love that idea. I love that. And the thing is that I've been waiting for Justin. Justin has a sequel that he's written called Tremors Shifting Sands. However, his other actor that he wants to use is kind of a douchebag. I'm going to call it out right now. I don't like Chris. Chris has the Brews and Cruise podcast, and it's not often that I try to shit on someone that's not shit on me. However, the Brews and Cruise podcast just makes me like, oh my God, dude, you are insufferable because you're in a studio with $1 million worth of cars and you're not acknowledging your own fucking privilege. And man, you somehow make what's a really good concept for a show boring. And also you're super gay. And like you just won't like admit how gay you are, to the point where they just did an episode that he was like he wanted to highlight how it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and I was like, well, I mean, it is, but that's the topic that you feel is appropriate to do right now. Fucking sure, bro, cool. Because I do agree, it is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Bravo on that. I think fucking every month should be that. Just like Pride Month should be every month of the year. Like it's like, hey, everybody, rock on, break the cycle. But yes, Justin wanted to use Chris in it because Chris wants to be an actor. However, things are not going through all the way on that. Maybe I'm wrong. And hell, Justin listens to the show. Justin, if I'm wrong and you listen to the show and you get to this point, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I fucked up and that I don't know what I'm talking about. And that we're still doing Shift and Sands. Because I would love to. I'd love to help you out with that. Caitlin wants to too. She just needs to know what we're fucking doing. But yes, Tremors silent song. And then, unless I come up with another idea between then, there'll be Tremors Death Dance, and I'm with Chris, Andrew, that Tremors. I gotta work. I'm working on these things. Look, people. I'm only one person with a fucking podcast. I can only do so much. Okay, I gotta use my olives. Fucking my olives coming in hot with the hot olives. And it's a spicy. It's a spicy olive. So yeah, that's it. And man, Daphne, you missed a fucking killer episode. Like this is, I don't often say, hey, you should go back and listen to the whole rest of this episode, but man, I covered some fucking ground, man. Some real personal, emotional ground. Talked about some great Tremors concepts, and man, that I am proud of this one. I'm not like, I don't usually. Oh, cool. Thank you, Daphne. This one was worth it. This one, I value myself more now as a person. Like that's booyah. And I just love popping your guys' comments up. It's like my favorite thing. Fuck yeah. Because wow. And it wasn't just about Val and Earl being gay either, Daphne. Although that was a major part of the discussion. And one of my favorite things that and you know what? I didn't infect you with it. You were already infected. And I heard you guys talk about it. Where it's just like, but now you're just like, but maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. Maybe it doesn't matter to how you enjoy a piece of fictional media. Hell, even Jonathan Melville, when I asked him, he was like, I hadn't watched it like that. Now I'm going to have to rewatch it again and consider how gay they might be. Like, hey, man, it is what it is. Cool. Wow. Oh my God. I got through everything too. Besides one, this has nothing to do with Tremors. I finally watched Mad Max Furiosa last night. Guys, that movie kicks ass. Like, I am really upset that movie didn't do better in theaters, to the point where Caitlin and I wanted to see it in theaters, and they pulled it from theaters so fast that, like, we didn't get an opportunity to go and see it. And, like, we were watching it last night, like, man, this is a movie that deserved to be seen in theaters. That was 2.5 hours that fucking flew by, man. That was dope. So it has nothing to do with anything, but I just wanted to tell people to go watch Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, because it was fucking awesome. I really want to watch it again. I might watch it again tomorrow. But fuck yeah, God, that was dope. But yeah, and you know what, Daphne? I just gotta point it. I don't know if you can see it, but it does say "Run for Your Lives" season 8. See, you were on my list. You were on my list. You were good enough that I wrote you out before the show. You weren't even an afterthought note. You're like right in the middle note. That's how much I love you and Pink. Booyah. You were after We Have Issues. So, like, if anybody knows the show, like that's a pretty good list in there. I do. I just love you guys so much. I wish you guys could be at Tremors Fest. And I'm working on Tremors Fest 3, and I'll get you there. Always, I love you. Like I said, you guys, kisses. You guys are the best. Fuck. Steve-O the movie, Dancing, Freedom Friends. I talked about Rant in the Horror Con. I might be going to, Daphne, you do live in Maryland. Guess what? I might be going to do a Horror Con next year in Maryland. Somebody asked me to come out to Horror Con in Maryland and be a part of it, do some panels, to talk about the podcast. May. I knew it was an M. I knew it was an M on the New England, and you know what? Maybe you'll just have to come to Maryland because freaking God, Daphne, I'm gonna need you to forgive me for a second, right now, because I'm gonna do. So listen, guys, I need you to tell me here. So look, if you're gonna talk about the Tremors, you're gonna go out here, do a little podcast, do little people in the places, then you have to be able to, know whether or not this is a whole thing. And I think, look, I'm from Maine. I'm from Delaware, Maine, and Maryland, and Rhode Island, and out here we don't all eat the lobster po' boys. Okay, that's not a thing. It's just a wonderful. I'm now realizing that a lot of this accent is Linda Burger from Bob's Burgers, but I don't care, Daphne. You need to go when we're gonna meet up because me and Caitlin, we both want to see you. You're just so great. And I have now lost what that accent was. I had something there at the beginning, and I love it. It was very that devolved into Linda Berger. I was trying to do a Maine accent. It's a Maine thing. It's a Maine area here up in the. A lot of people don't understand it. That you just gotta know that it's not. There's a ring in the nose, and then there's a drop in the tongue, and that's how you get a little bit of the New England accent. It's Linda. See, Linda, though, you gotta understand. You gotta understand here, Daphne, that this is the Linda. It's way more flamboyant. Bobby, Bobby. Bobby, I love Peg and Daphne. I think they're the best. We need to have them in our restaurant. Lynn, no, we can't have a podcast in our restaurant. Yes, we can, Bobby. Imagine it. Gene could be a star. Gene's like already a star in a very annoying way. Yeah, but like a podcast star, Bobby. A podcast star. Holy shit. Um, Forgive me. I'm sorry. You get for that. For me, destroying your Maine accent, you get a whole blue cheese stuffed olive. Oh, I can't. I did drink the water earlier. Do I play Death Worm? Or is Death Worm? Okay. Shit. So here. No, I don't play any video games. First of all, contrary to popular opinion, and how I can spend 4 hours talking about Tremors, I don't play any video games. I love video games. Diablo 4 is just sitting down there waiting for me to update it, but my internet's so slow it just doesn't work. I play Borderlands with Trell whenever he comes by because we both love Borderlands. Deathworm, is that no? Because Tremors with a Z is the Newgrounds one, and then Deathworm I think is an app, right? Is that an Apple app? iOS? I could be wrong. I'm assuming it's a Tremors game. I'm going to be, yeah. And yes. And Daphne's going to Kansas in January. Fuck yeah. You know what, Daphne? Kansas is nowhere near me. Kansas is probably about as close to me as Maine is to Maryland, but I don't know geography. So, yeah. That's what that is. Wow. And yeah, like I said, I'm sorry, Daphne. I'm sorry. I wrecked that accent. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed of that one. Wow. So that's the thing. Someone tell me what Deathworm is. I have a way to end here. Because I did talk about everything. I fucking did it. Man. Wow. Fucking awesome. I kick ass. Did you know? I don't. Oh, basically, but they don't have a worm that looks like a graboid. Is it the one with segmented body parts, like a centipede almost? I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Whew. Wow. Okay, Daphne, I ate the. You know what? Okay, Daphne, for you get a jalapeno because I murdered your accent. Okay, this is fair. You know what? This is what the jalapeno. Oh, nope. Smaller one. Smaller. I ate a jalapeno earlier, Daphne, and it was a very bad idea. It was difficult. Because I don't know how to stop talking while I'm eating. So then the jalapeno air gets in my back lungs. And it's not good. It's a mistake. Oh, I feel like Cricket when he's eating the lemon. I literally hear the Sunny theme going off downstairs. I feel like Cricket when he's that's tart. That's tart. Yeah. You know, does my neck look like a dog's vagina? I don't know. The dog fucks me, and I'm not gonna get in the mind of a dog. That's God's job. I mean, if God existed. Yeah, you stupid bitch. God, you're a lying whore. Fucking love Cricket. That's a character arc. It's always hilarious to me how they destroy that man's life. Not funny in real life, but just one of those TV characters aren't like great people sometimes, and they do terrible things like that. We should emulate them, like how the gang destroys Ricky Cricket. Fuck. I forgot what the jalapeno does. Oh, this is for you, Daphne. This is for you. Yeah, do you like that ASMR? It's good stuff. Whew! Hot tits. Hot tits. And you know they gotta be hot. Yeah. Hot tits. What's happening? It's the tip of the tongue, the teeth, and the lips. All right. So, fuck. I need to call. Don't make it weird. But my mouth is on fire. Hold on. I'm gonna play everybody a song while I can't breathe. Hold on. So, Tiberius Monk, made an AI song about Val and Earl having sex, and we're gonna listen to it now. Although I have to say, Anthony LaFusi's song was better. This one just made me laugh because it was like, that's gay. Two hearts buried deeper than a pearl, with every tremor and every roar. We'll hold each other like never before. Hush now, honey, stay nice and still. We're boys above, but we've got a thrill. The lone young beings are a simple fare. In this dusty town, we found our lair. As the words of joy come through the ground, we'll keep our love without a sound. Through our boys crumble and the desert's breath, our hearts won't falter even in death. Laughter echoes in the underground. Share smiles in this shaky little town. Beneath the dirt where the shadows creep, we'll find our solace deep and sweet. Every shiver is a secret shared. We're boys alone, we are unprepared. But hand in hand in the heat of night, we'll face them down, love pure and bright. As the words of joy come through the ground, keep our love without a sound. Through the boys crumble and the desert spread, our hearts won't falter even in death. As the words of joy come through the ground, we'll keep our love without a sound. Through the boys crumble and the desert spread, our hearts won't falter even in death. Even in death. So that was an AI song called "The Worms of Joy," put together by Tejere Tiberius Monka. You know what? I'm butchering that name. That is like a Levi Dylan Burzloff. I am not getting that right. But yeah, I thought that was fun. I didn't commission that. That was just him putting that up, and I thought it was honestly, it was one of those like, damn, AI, fucking okay, cool. But go commission Anthony LaFusi to write a song instead, so that way we give money to real artists doing stuff, and they can like create stuff just as cool as that. But that was wild, wasn't it? So that was good. I like that. Whew, you finally got me. Okay, cool. So I as always, and because Don't Make It Weird is finally back on the air again, and they just did their cult episode. We're getting more episodes of season 3, and if you haven't already, as I say all the time, read Thunderstruck and Nothing Special by Dinosaurus and Daniel D. Quigley D. Not, because I love these guys. Like seriously, Nothing Special, Thunderstruck. I'm almost through Thunderstruck. This is fucking goddamn. What a voice. I fucking love those guys. And Nothing Special made me feel things. Made me feel like I was a 17-year-old girl, and I can't begin to tell you how nice that was. I know that sounds like something a crazy person would say, but I'm fucking crazy person, so get over it. Get over it. Now listen, I'm gonna do one here. We're gonna do one for Marshall Elias Faust. I haven't done this one yet, but I think it's a good one. Now, out here in the mountains of Black Peak, there's a lot we gotta understand. Ooh, this is gonna be good. They're not gonna know this one coming. Oh my god, yes. Contacts. And again, if you want to call Don't Make It Weird and leave a voicemail for them or listen to their podcast, call Don't Make It Weird at 347-699-3473. That's 347-69-WEIRD, 347-699-3473. And leave a voicemail, and you too may get on the show.
You've reached the Don't Make It Weird voicemail box. If you have a message for Daniel, Dinosaurus, or producer Sean, leave it at the tone. We just might play it on the show. Thanks for calling.
Hi there. This is Marshall Elias Faust coming from you from the mountains of Black Peak. As I sit here with Grady Cicero and eat a olive hot dog with a side of cilantro, well, I look at my horse and I think to myself, that sun is, well, it's hella yellow. And I've been listening to your show. Me and Lacrimé Garland have taken a might fancy to it, and Nice and Dura herself, fallen from the stars and such, but we just needed you all to know, well, particularly Daniel and Sean and Dina, and well, mainly Sean, that producer Sean. I cannot begin to tell you the dulcet tones of his ringing voice. Well, we had to tell you a little joke that maybe only you guys get, because it comes from the bottom of our soul. Well, I guess you could call it our feet. And our feet, well, they're made for walking up and down the streets of Black Peak. And I had a woman tell me once, well, that's what she said. And that woman was finer than the stars in the sky. So, from all of us here out in Black Peak, me in particular, you can tell Rance D. Denton to go fuck himself. But that Bobo, I'd love to make like Val and Earl and stick that Bobo up my butthole. I got weird. Look, man, sometimes you improvise, and you improvise so far that you realize that you're a fucking crazy person. And if you didn't know, read His Ragged Company, A Testimony of Elias Faust by Rance D. Denton of the Quarantine Book Club. Or it's not. I actually, that's one that I don't even recommend reading. I recommend listening to the audiobook because John Pierhala does a fucking fantastic job narrating that spectacle to the point where you can just basically see the images as they appear, like a shifting sand of a mirage out there in the Smoky Mountains, Black Peak. God damn, fucking love that, man. Love that book. That deserves a fucking blue cheese olive because it's so fucking good. But again, go listen to the Don't Make It Weird podcast. Oh, Dina, they just had an episode about how Dina escaped a cult. It's part 4 of their cult series. And it's good, man. Man, that'll make you pissed. Whew. So this has been fucking fantastic. And I gotta say, I love all of you so much. Thank you. Oh my God. I did talk about CM's Horror Emporium. I didn't talk about as much as I should have, though. Damn it. I'm going to go through my thank yous here out of everything. And first one, because I did it today. Thank you to Ian Ayus of Fermented Cinema. If you want to go check out me talking for even longer time, but with somebody else, go listen to the live episode that him and I recorded today for Tremors 2 Aftershocks. I love disagreeing with someone and like us having a really friendly like back and forth, but still loving something in the end. And as he said, like, it doesn't matter what side of the political I was going to say perspection, but you know what? I'm going to keep that. What side of the political perspection you're on? If you love Tremors, then you know what? You're fine in our book. Like, that's it. If you love Tremors, then you're going to love that. And Ian has a lot of live streams. He's got one on Jurassic Park. He loves Spielberg stuff. So go check out Fermented Cinema. Give them an old like and subscribe. Like I said, go to Don't Make It Weird podcast. Go check them out. Go buy this. I got. Oh, my butt. My butt hurts. I finally got another shirt from them. I got Dina's favorite shirt. And it's not just because it says Don't Make It Weird on the back, which is great. But then it's the Dinosaurus. And it's flying through the air. Wee! The Dinosaurus. It has nothing to do with the show besides the fact that it's Dina's favorite shirt. But go check them out. Go like and subscribe. Welcome them back to the podcast world and land. Go listen to the Quarantine Book Club with Bob Denton and Rance Denton talking about we're the Quarantine Book Club, and we read some of the best and worst speculative fiction out there. We may not know everything about these books, but we'll damn well try. So if you're interested in that, go like they do. They read everything. They've read books about Doom to Star Wars books to they read Dune. And then some Lovecraft. Man, they fucking tore Lovecraft apart. They read a lot of the Dresden Files books. And here's the thing, guys, I don't read. I have all these books here because I love these people. I don't read. I love reading. I think reading is fucking phenomenal. Reading is a gateway to another world. I'm reading all these words on the page. Reading is magical. And I have learned so much from Rance and Bobo because one's an English teacher, one's a theater teacher, and just their fucking fabulous perspectives on everything. And it's been the last 4 years, so it's been a time capsule of like, whew, man, we are fucked. This political shit ain't going away anytime soon. But I do, and like I said, Rance has already invited me out to HorrorCon next year. Rance wants to be on the show. I can't wait to have Rance on the show, just to fucking destroy some stupid ass fucking ideas. Oh, man, he's going to be, man, you think I got fire. You should hear Rance talk. God, I love that, man. And Bobo, too. Man, just both of them. Fucking Quarantine Book Club. Go fucking check it out. And then, right here, I gotta grab them. Go listen to We Have Issues. They are doing their 200th episode this week, Wednesday. It's a live episode. It's going to be a lot of fun. They're both going to be drunk. Go buy their comics, Deathless, and Play It Again, and the Ostrich Colony scrapbook. Go support them. Go leave them a message. Anthony's putting them into a video to put on to start out the episode. Like, go, run to the nearest podcast station and listen to We Have Issues, one of my favorite podcasts. The reason that I listen to so many podcasts now is We Have Issues and Anthony LaFusi. And like I said, those two went to bat for me hard after the incredibly transphobic TikTok stuff from a couple of weeks ago. And in particular, if you want to listen, go listen to episode 198. Jump forward to 30 minutes in and you'll hear that part and you'll be like, oh man, maybe I should listen to some more of this show. And then go check out Run for Your Lives podcast with Daphne and Paik. And they're doing season 8. Season 8's coming up here, folks. Like season 8 of fucking Run for Your Lives show, man. God, they've gone so far. I'm so proud of them. I have had no it's not my fault that they're doing, like, I don't know why I'm proud. I'm so happy for them. Yes, that's what it is. Like, fuck yeah, I love you guys. And hey, if you want me on to do Splinter, fucking hey, I would love to talk about that movie. And then the CM's Horror Emporium. I was so lucky this week on Tuesday. Booyah! Oh, Daphne, they're gonna Run for Your Lives is gonna hit episode 200 in December. Fuck yeah, baby. Fuck yeah, baby. And then CM's Horror Emporium. Oh, August. Note to self. Cool. Yeah. Had me on their show this week. We did a live episode. That was another one. I make people talk way too long, and I'm sorry. And we talked about Tremors 1 and 2, and then we talked about some very stupid people and their reactions to memes and read letterbox reviews. And that was Carissa Miller and Michelle Kentucky. And they're fucking fabulous girls. I loved hanging out with them. It was such a fun time. Just made me so cheerful and like, hey, again, what seems to be the theme of this, Levi, you have value. And it's like, okay, cool. I guess I do. I can do something right. Cool. But go check out CM's Horror Emporium. Those chicks did it right, and they're awesome. And as I was saying earlier, go buy the Tremors comic. Go to Tremors Comic Book Anthology on Facebook and go buy the Tremors comic by Mike's Comics, Games, and More, by Tone Rodriguez, Robert Diaterli, Derek Day. Fuck, there was another name there. I forgot. Oh, man. I'm sorry. If you did this, I appreciate you. Please ooh. Hold on. I can literally pull it up. Oh my God, my phone just froze. Hold on. I can do this because I want to say their names. Let's go here. I can go to Tremors Comic Book Anthology. Comic Book Anthology. I'm going to tell you their names. No, I don't. Oh my God. I don't fucking want to talk to them. Oh, I hate the meta. Fucking give it to me. No. Fucking meta. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, fuck you. Meta just asked me something. Fuck you, Meta. The contributors, Rob Diaterli, Tone Rodriguez, David Quiroz Jr., Austin Ackert, Raymond Lee, Dutch, Gabriella Merritt, Derek Day, Jake Goodman, and Michael O'Haver. So thank you guys for making this Tremors comic. Like I said, I need your variant cover. I'm super excited to give a copy to John Melville and Zoran Gavojik. I know they'll fucking love that. Like super cool. And then on that flip side, make sure you go commission something from Pangea Starseed, Ben Sword. Get your own lovely Val and Earl art to put up on your wall. Although I don't want to put it up on my wall because I like showing people all the time. So I literally got to leave it over here. I can't put it up on my wall. It's too cool. And damn it, Thomas, over here with the nice things. Thank you for all that you do in reawakening my love for Tremors, and I'm sure inspiring others to do Tremor stuff. I'll give you that. Okay, you're welcome. Always welcome. Because I think don't ever say you're welcome because it's not your welcome. It's everyone's welcome. Always welcome. It's a super important word. All the ways you can be welcome. Always welcome. I try my best. That's just doing what I can with what I got. So, and then obviously Chris Andrew and Colin. Oh my God, why the hell don't I know Colin Martin? Yes, not Chris Martin. Colin Martin of the Horrific podcast. Love those guys. Shout them out all the time. Chris was here earlier. And then the Splattercast boys, Dylan and Luke, still going to have them on the show. And Kevin Smith and Jeff Johnson of Sons and Shadows. Man, those guys are just fucking nose to the grindstone all the time. And their 0 Point reviews and doing their live streams. Fuck yeah. And Christopher Dunham of the Cultivod. Fucking love you guys. All of y'all. Even if we haven't talked in forever, I still fucking love you and I trust you. And we have that trust currency. And you are good people. Mike Malone. And again, if you want to watch a movie that'll like make you redefine things, watch Schizopolis. Skits, like Schizoopolis, like Crepopolis. Wow, it's a Steven Soderbergh movie, and him and just a couple dozen people went down to Baton Rouge and made a movie, and it helped reinvigorate Soderbergh's career at the time after Sex, Lies, and Videotape. And like, man, that is a fucking banger of a movie, dude. God damn, it's still in my brain, just like Furiosa. It's just still like living up here. So yeah, thank you to Mike Malone. I can't wait to have you on the show and finish up our interview. Thank you to Finn Carter, wherever you're out there. If you're listening, Don Michael Paul, love you. Thank you so much. Who the fuck else am I? Octavio Lopez San Juan. Everybody go out there and buy Jonathan Melville's book, Seeking Perfection, the official guide to Tremors by Jonathan Melville. Because he deserves it. I'm going to be selling some copies of this at Tremors Fest. Hopefully, if other things don't shit out. And I know you guys can't, but you can read these sexy books by Kitty Bardot too. Burlesque River. They're very sexy books. And it's not my bag. However, I appreciate good writing. Yeah. Ooh. I'm just trying to find something sexy to read, but I shouldn't. How could I forget Ice Cream and Dead People? Damn. That's a good sentence. Yeah, booyah, 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 booyah. What else? Bill Watterson, always. And like I said earlier, if you want a Tremors comic now, go to whatifstories.co.uk and get Hendrix, which is the first Tremors comic. The first one. As much as I love Michaels and I'm into that, like this is the first Tremors comic that actually existed in 2020. Look at that, grab boy. Go out there, buy this. Buy the other one too, because there's only 2 issues. But that's a Lost Boys one. Go buy Matt Stapleton and Reese Wutan. And fucking yeah, I think I got everybody. I think I did. If I've forgotten you, you know what? And you know what? I always end this show, and I feel like that's the minute I realize I forgot somebody. Because it happens all the time. And yeah, it's my birthday coming up in July 1st. Happy birthday to me. So if you're listening to this podcast 30 years in the future, you know when my birthday is. July 1st, Canadian Independence Day. Fuck yeah. What else do I got here? Cancer, baby. Yes, I am a cancer. I am a tumor on society. I'm destroying all of us from within. I am a non-stop growth that just keeps devouring and eating people. And I'll be 34 years young on that one. And Daphne's is the 19th. Dope, Daphne. Fuck yeah. Mike Malone's birthday is on July 3rd. I was like, that was really funny. I had to laugh with him about that. Like, what the fuck? There's another person too, fucking Tremors related, that had a birthday just then, that has a birthday around that too. And hey everybody, happy birthday to Thomas. Thomas turned 38 this month. Happy birthday to Thomas. Happy birthday to the Thomas. Happy birthday to Thomas. Because we can't, man, talk about something that'll give me a copyright strike real quick. I think everything else will be fine, but don't ever sing happy birthday. But happy birthday to all you guys. Fuck yeah. I love it. Cool. Like, this is just I'm just chuffed. Just absolutely chuffed. Oh, it's Shamar's birthday. Shamar. Oh my God. Daphne, you share a birthday with my nephew, Shamar. His birthday is July 19th, too. So I love that. Daphne and Shamar born on the same day. And I bet you're just as much as a firecracker as he is. And yes, again, happy birthday to Thomas. You deserve the happy birthday out of like only the cool only the coolest people are born on the 19th. Fuck yeah. And yeah, Thomas turned 38. Bravo. Everybody, I love you guys. I love that you're all alive and living and doing this life with us. And then as always, I go down the rundown list. Thank you to Steve S.S. Wilson and Brent Maddock and Nancy Roberts and Ron Underwood for making this world that we live in and do all this, and Michael Gross and all those people involved with Tremors. And as I always say, if you want to support them, go buy their books. Go buy Frady Cats 2. Go buy Frady Cats 1. Go buy Tucker's Monster. Go buy the films of Jacques Tati. Get out there and like support these guys however you can. Because they deserve that. Like, oh, and Puppets and People. Although you can't, good luck finding a copy of Steve's Puppets and People. Booyah! That's little old Levi just kicking ass and taking names with that. Booyah! Thank you guys for making this world that we live in. We'll get those right back to you soon enough here, and it's all been worth it. All the pain has been worth it in the end. I hope. I can't promise that because I'm not you, but I hope. And let's see. Oh, that's them. Then my family. I was like, who the fuck am I forgetting? Then I want to thank my mom, who really wants to throw me a birthday party and take me to a water park for my birthday. That I'm just kind of like, okay, cool. And my dad and Pappy, and who's been working his ass off, and we've been doing all this lead work and finishing this bathroom. Oh, I get to show. Hold on, guys. Now TikTok's gone. I get to show you the bathroom I did. Hold on. This is really stupid, but I don't care because I'm super proud of it. Well, let me find it. Come on. Hold on. So you like want to know what I do for a job? It's that. Can you see it? I did that whole bathroom. Like I put the glass doors in and everything and the tile. And actually, hold on, let me go backwards here. I'll even do a. So this is where it started. Well, I mean, this is partially where it started. Like you can see a little bit of tiles, a little bit of bathroom, blah, blah, blah. And then building it up. Hold on. Here it is with just the tiles, which I actually went a little extra, and originally we had bought the interior tiles as that was what it was supposed to be. But then she had these extra outer tiles, the orange tiles. So I was like, hey, let me build a border for you. So that way it goes all the way to the ceiling and extends out to the side a little bit more. And like, booyah. I think it looks really, like I said, I'm super proud of it. I can't get it too close, but check it out. That's how that looks. And then just so you can see, Daphne, hold on. So this is Shamar. That's your birthday, buddy. That's Shamar in front of my tile bathroom because he dropped by to say hi and work with me. And then hold on. What was the? Okay, hold on. But then he had my tools. And he was like, he was trying to fight me with the scraper and the Wonder Bar. And it's so cute, so fucking cute. It is so cute. And then all of that too. Hold on, I had to get it. Yeah, finished product. Which there's a little bit of glare there, but if you follow me on Facebook, I'll be posting these soon just because it's cool. But and you can see the outside border, and I did it so that way the line divided on the glass, like the glass shower doors. So then the outside would be kind of like a border, like the orange border and all that. I thought it looked really cool. Just that little bit of extra, little bit above and beyond work there. So I'm glad you guys liked it. And yes, I wish you were close and I had some to remodel mine. I fucking would. Thank you guys. I would happily. I love doing bathrooms because it's a part of the house that we all use the most. So I think it's just got to have some beauty to it. Otherwise, like you're staring at that all day long. It's a little like so I'm glad you liked it. Shamar is hella cute. And Pappy and I are almost done finishing that. We just got to do the floor. So, booyah. Yeah. Cool. I'm glad you liked it. I don't ever get to show anybody my real work, so that's cool. So thank you to my mom. And then I saw that, yes, my wife planned my birthday at a... Oh, I saw those pictures, Thomas. I saw those pictures of you guys at the water park, which I love water parks. That's not anything again. Just my mom like called me the other night. She's like, "What do you want to do for your birthday?" I was like, "I would like to stay at home and do nothing. How about that? That would be, I'm good. I'm so good." And it's not even about like not celebrating my birthday. It's just like, man, I have been doing this one project for 2 months now. It's not just the bathroom. We've been doing lead abatement in the whole house, which if you weren't here earlier, this is my real job, lead abatement training. Look at that shit. This is the book that I need to do. And I had to take a whole fucking class on this. Whew, yeah. That's my real job. Just so you know that I'm a smart person and I do physical work and I do work with my hands. I don't have Fred Ward's sexy hands, which I didn't get to talk about. That was before I get to the thank yous. So Mike Malone had to tell me one of his, like, because we were talking about who's hotter, Kevin Bacon or Fred Ward. And Mike had to tell me that apparently all the women on the set of Tremors couldn't stop talking about Fred Ward's hands. Like they were his sexiest feature. And Mike and I were giggling because men's hands, put 2 and 2 together, have a laugh at that. And just like, well, why were they sexy? And we were both, because he couldn't figure it out either. And he's like, I think he had really smooth hands, but they were still workers' hands. So they're probably moisturized hands with a little bit of lumpy calluses on them. And you know what? Y'all can extrapolate from there however you want to. I'm not gonna do it for you. That's not my bag. I'll do this, but I'm not gonna do that for you. I'll let you put the pieces of that Fred Ward puzzle together on your own. But Fred Ward's hands were his sexiest feature, and all the women could not stop talking about them. Which I was like, I didn't know hands could be sexy. So Daphne, or any other women in there, or any men that are into Fred Ward's hands, tell us why. I would love to know why you think Fred Ward's hands are so hot. Because I do not know. So anyway, thanking my family. Like I said, thanks to my mom and thanks to my dad. And my sister Lacey is just like ready to be done being pregnant, and I love her so much, and she's such a trooper. She's on her 6th kid. Good for her. I'm so like, oh my god, here's another kid coming. Let's do this. Let's go. Click, boom. It's gonna be a lot. Let's just fucking get into it. And but I love you guys so much. And then my nephews, as always, Shonday, Chantrell, Samaje, Shamar, and Sahil. I love you guys to the moon and back. I have all nephews. And in fact, Lacey is about to have another boy. So it's going to be all nephews. 6 nephews. 6 fucking boys. And they're 3 and 3. Where the 3 oldest were born similar times. And now these 3 are born similar times. Because it goes 10, 9, 8. And now it'll be 3, 2, 1. And it's like, whew, holy shit, guys. Holy shit. It's just a lot. And you know what? Caitlin and I would like to have our own kids. But we'll fucking see if that actually happens. If we ever need time to fucking make kids even. Make kids with Fred Ward's hands. That's a good joke. But I love you all. Like this show, everybody knows and Thomas knows this most of all, because Thomas has listened to every episode of this show. I do this for those nephews. I don't ever want them to watch Tremors 7 without there being a Tremors 8 where Bert comes back. Which reminds me, I didn't thank everybody that's been in the chat today, which is Thomas, thank you for being here, and thank you to Daphne for being here, and Chris for being here, and for Edwin for being here, and Skip, I new TikTok friend Skip that showed up, and Chris the Carpenter, who I think is Larry Chelsea on Imgur, and Charlie, Box Charlie. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out and having a good time. And hell, if you've been lurking and you haven't said anything, I still thank you too. Because I just, the ticker never goes down to 0. It's always just, it's 4 right now. Or I'm not pointing at the, it's 4 right now. Thank you all for showing up and hanging out for 4.5 hours of my fucking crazy shit. Thank you to the Tremor Saga for hosting this whole channel and everything that you do here. I'm sorry I got your TikTok banned with hateful speech that didn't exist and was just assholes reporting that on TikTok because they're fucking assholes. And yeah, so that's, and then as always, as I like to end with a heartfelt appreciative thank you to my wonderful wife and life partner and everything, Caitlin Marie Lutt-Burzloff. You are great. I know you're sleeping. We've been watching Bridgerton. Guys, Bridgerton is good. I've only seen it like a little bit of every episode, but she just finished, and like Bridgerton is good, guys. I like the Bridgerton. I fucking, there's fucking in Bridgerton, but we finished season 1 and I got to download season 2. Like the Bridgerton, guys. Bridgerton is good. I don't know why I'm just saying that. But yeah, thank you to Caitlin. I love you. Yeah, there's no any of this without her being like, no, you're good at this. Keep doing it. And I just appreciate it so much. And I think what I want to do is, dude, Thomas, Bridgerton is dope. Get into it, man. Look, I've only seen the equivalent of like 2 episodes, but man, I was like, you know what? This is a world that somebody built. And I mean, sure, it's a lot of like English people fucking. However, I think it's interesting and what the intrigue and the drama, and I appreciate it. It's one of those things where it's like, look, it doesn't have to be my cup of tea to understand that the flavor is tasty. That's what, why not? But Bridgerton's fucking rocking. And I think I want to end, because it's such a good one. And I always usually end with some kind of song or something like that. I think the best way to end the show right now is to do Anthony LaFusi's Perfection song, which again, if you want to, go ask Anthony LaFusi, give him $20 to commission a Tremor song for you. And it's Anthony LaFusi, LaFauci. Anthony LaFusi of We Have Issues. Hell, just look up We Have Issues and you'll find him, and find his Cash App or his Venmo. His Cash App is the money symbol, We Have Issues. So Cash App, money symbol. Hold on. I'm even gonna, let me write it in the chat. Anthony LaFusi equals Cash App, We Have Issues. Does it show up? And yeah, Bridgerton is dope. It's I don't understand it, but I like it. So yes, go. We're gonna end.
I don't understand it.
Oh my god. What the fuck, guys? I just had a recursion loop. Oh my god, that was really weird. Is that what I sound like? Oh, you should have been telling me I sound like a fucking stupid idiot. Fucking stupid idiot. Oh, wow. Guys. You need to tell me I sound like a stupid fucking idiot. Holy shit. Oh, that was not good. All right, I want to end this because it sounded like a stupid fucking idiot. I didn't need that. And again, if you want this shirt, I'll message you where to find this shirt. I know everyone wants this. The person who made it's gonna be like, what the fuck is going on? But again, thank you to everybody, and remember that perfection is an LGBTQIAssblaster plus friendly place. And that's it. Acceptance is huge. And you know what? I'm not going to rant about it any more than I already have. If you want to hear me rant about it more, go listen to the episode. It is. On that note, we're going to end with my good friend Arnold Stevenson. And hold on, I should put on. Hold on. Oh. I'm gonna because I'm not. You're not. I'm not gonna talk. Thank you and good night. But hold on, we need one person rocking out to this. Here we go.
On the road, traveling through a small town. Streets were quiet, was alone. There was a scream telling me not to move. When I looked up, someone was coming from the roof. A group of new friends shouted pleasant things at me. They told me not to go. They asked me to freeze. I knew that they would be the best friends. They didn't want me to leave, just wanted me around them. And as I approached, the earth, it started to shake. I realized then I made a mistake. Something massive erupted from the dirt. I don't know what it was. It was some kind of worm. I was startled and dropped my favorite loot. Snake tongues reached out and swallowed it, and I was like, oh shoot. It was distracting, so I decided to run. And got on the roof to introduce myself to everyone. I said, hi, I'm Arnold, and I'm just passing through. This is a lovely town, it's so nice to meet you. This place is so quaint, it's nearly perfection. Except you know the giant worm infestation, but at least it's fun. A man named Bert said that he could help me out. He'd get my loot back, so I shouldn't pout. He and his friends drove some tiny magical carts. They carried explosives to stop the giant land sharks. There was a rumble, the cart disappeared. Then everyone broke umbrellas, yeah, it was pretty weird. Suddenly it rained, it was really gross. I was hit in the head by the thing that I love most. I said, hi, I'm Arnold, and this is my loot. Thank you for Gummer for just being you. This is a lovely town, and I've had a lot of fun. With the worms, this place is simply perfection. It's perfection.
And you all, you are perfection. Just do what you can with what you got.